Good morning, everyone. We will be starting the session soon, so we request everyone to settle down. Thank you.
Wait, let them. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to each one of you. I'm Marvi.
And I am Tirtha.
And together, we are thrilled to welcome you to Celebrate Cinema 2025, right here at Whistling Woods International. Celebrate Cinema is an open-for-all annual initiative of Whistling Woods International, a festival designed for cinema lovers, aspiring filmmakers, media and creative arts enthusiasts, and industry professionals. It is a one-of-a-kind platform that brings people closer to the art, the craft, and the business of cinema.
On day 2, you can experience panel discussions, workshops, and exhibits, all led by some of the most renowned and respected voices from media and entertainment industry.
This year, Celebrate Cinema also stands for a greater purpose. Alongside celebrating the magic of storytelling, we are also addressing an urgent social cause: human trafficking. Through cinema and conversations, we hope to shed light on this issue and use the power of storytelling as a tool for awareness, empathy, and change. To shed more light on the social cause of human trafficking, we have with us the team from Movement India.
Movement India is a dynamic volunteer mobilization platform focused on key areas such as education, mental health, environmental conservation, and anti-human trafficking. The organization's mission is to build a nationwide volunteer force, diverse in age and skill, to drive sustainable and scalable change. From the team of Movement India, we have with us today Biju Thampi. He is the founder of Vision Rescue, a non-profit that frees children in slum communities from exploitation by engaging and sustaining them in education. In the past 21 years, Vision Rescue's team across Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Delhi have provided education to over 18,000 children and served over 7 million nutritious meals to children in poverty. Biju believes that the task of social transformation is not restricted to purview of professionals, but is instead made possible by every single person with a heart to serve. To this end, Biju has spent the last 8 years building the Movement India. He is also an entrepreneur and founder of multiple social enterprises such as Jure Exports, Transcend Global Services, and Flourish. Internationally, he is a well-sought speaker, headlining leadership and faith conferences. We also have Ernest D. Costa. He's a seasoned developed professional with over 29 years of experience in senior leadership roles across the development education sectors. A management graduate from IIM Mumbai, Ernest is driven by a deep commitment to justice, education, sustainable livelihood opportunities for vulnerable communities. Currently, Ernest leads the Movement India.
We also have with us Sam Koshi. He's an accomplished HR and talent development leader with nearly 2 decades of experience across corporates, consulting, and the nonprofit sector. He has worked with global organizations such as TCS, Cognizant, Verizon, Dexian, Renault Nissan, Hyundai, Ford, amongst others. He's the co-founder and director of the Movement India. We also have with us Preeti Chatterjee from Movement India as well.
We would like to call upon stage Biju Thampi and Sam Koshi on stage to talk about Movement India and the social cause we are addressing today.
We will also be playing a short AV. Please welcome them on stage.
Hi everyone, good morning. Oh, not that good a morning, looks like. Is it a good morning? Good morning. Thank you all for being here. My name is Sam. What a lovely opportunity to meet all of you and have an important conversation on a very important topic. Before we start, may I just request you, if you have your phones, to keep them on silent mode. The next few minutes, we're going to play a gripping video. Please do not record this. This is for restricted viewing, but this is a very important video we would love for you to see. All right, over to the team to play this. You can go to the first slide and just click it. Yeah, one. So this is a real story from Bombay, and yeah.
आबार देखाओ तुम्हें इधर गर्ल there I think she's manager guy
Wow. Yeah, it's that day changed the story of 44 women. People just like you and me, people who took an opportunity and probably were cheated, were exploited against their will, and made to do horrible acts that cost them their life, cost them their freedom. And that, my friends, is human trafficking. I want to start with this because this is not happening far, far away. This is happening right here. This small clip is from this year, Grant Road, Mumbai. Interestingly, this team that you saw at the end were here in the same auditorium 2 months back because we were launching an anti-trafficking club at Whistling Woods. And the entire audience honored them. We said, wow, appreciate your courage. I want to take a moment and just give you the picture, the big picture. What are we really talking about? Maharashtra today has the highest number of sex trafficking victims in India. This is from the NCRB 2022 report. But is it only sex trafficking? No. Yes, the movies portray that, but it's not just sex trafficking. Forced labor is probably the biggest one that we'll see around. I don't know how many of you have received a call and said that, hey, your Aadhaar or your passport has been connected with a parcel. Please hold the line. We want to connect you to the police. And this entire concept called digital arrest. Have you heard of that? Yes? Reality in India these days. Do you know what is happening here? Few people who were offered lucrative jobs, not in India, but Southeast Asian countries like Cambodia, Myanmar, saw the jobs, took on the job saying, hey, I want to, take care of my family. I want to be able to provide for my family. And they took the plane, reached there, only to realize this is no real job. This is their passports getting confiscated. This is them scamming their own people, through threats. Interestingly, 8 such, victims a few months back came back from Cambodia and held a press conference in Kerala. So I'm from Kerala, and for me, Malayalis typically are very enterprising. We keep on saying, you go to Middle East, even if you don't see an Arab, you will see a Malayali with a tea shop, right? And there's this bunch of folks who have taken on a lucrative offer, gone to Cambodia, cheated there, and then they're like, my God, what did I land up in? They are forced to scam their own people, Indians. They contacted the Ministry of External Affairs, managed to arrange their escape. The first thing that these 8 Keralites did when they came back, you know what they did? They held a press conference, 8 of them. You know why? Because they felt, hey, if this happened to us, it shouldn't happen to anybody else. So what we're talking about are real stories. Forced labor today generates $236 billion globally. And the International Labour Organization last year published a report that says around close to 50 million people are in forced labor. Let's go to India now. What about children? Are children really safe? Our data in India says that 47% of human trafficking victims were children in India in 2022. But where is that data coming from? What does that really mean? What is the origin of such data? If you look at this, most police stations or most places where these crimes are reported, they start by reporting cases of missing children. Have you heard of that? Yeah? You'll see sometimes on your WhatsApp, you might get, hey, this child was last seen this person was last seen wearing these clothes in this place. Every day in 2022, 128 children went missing. Every day, 7 children were trafficked in 2022. So the larger question to ask is, what are these kids doing? What are they being made to do? Let me tell you, my friends, they are being made to work in hazardous conditions, doing things only their small hands can do, picking up things, fixing locks, very hazardous jobs. Jewelry making. And guess what? Because they are a small child, they can actually keep on doing that for hours. For the salary that they get is food. For the promise of food, promise of education, children are being exploited. However, there is hope, because we believe an India free of human trafficking is possible. I truly believe that if we are failing the next generation, we are failing them because we are not taking action. We have to take action to change the story. And the cool thing is, all of you can play a part in this. Everybody here can play a part. And right now, like we were introduced earlier, Mr. Biju sitting here is somebody many years back, when he had the idea of the movement, he started thinking, what is the power one person can make? And you know what he did? He found a campaign that was happening in different parts of the world called the Walk for Freedom. And he pioneered bringing that to India. Okay? Now, I want to show you the power of one walk. What is it called? Walk for Freedom. Simple concept, right? Simple concept. Just walk for freedom. Get people together and let's walk for freedom. In the next clip, please watch carefully on the screens, okay, because CNN Global has captured a story from India where a walk for freedom, a walk that happened in my apologies, a walk that happened in Calcutta was responsible for helping save children. Now, check out the story, and I want you to see the power that simple actions have. And as the video is playing, I'm also going to invite Mr. Biju to lead us forward.
Is a coordinated campaign across hundreds of cities to raise awareness to fight modern-day slavery. Shortly after participating in a march in India, a man noticed 2 children in his neighbourhood exhibiting signs of being trafficked. CNN's Vidya met him and explains how his awareness resulted in their rescue.
Last October, tens of thousands marched in cities across 57 countries in a collective call for justice.
Every human being, every child.
The Walk for Freedom event, organized by A21, an Australian-based anti-trafficking NGO, is a day for global awareness and local action in the fight against human trafficking.
Familiarising yourself with what trafficking looks like in your local community and around the sphere of influence that you have in the world you live in, so that they can take action.
This clarion call resonated with an Indian, Gaurav Singh Roy.
Thank you for your time.
Pleasure's mine. This way.
A21 is now putting his story onto film, which CNN got exclusive access to. Corporate trainer by profession, Roy attended several campaigns hosted by A21 on human trafficking. But it was the March for Freedom in the city of Kolkata last year, he says, that changed him.
What I did learn is we are educated people, we are young people,
living in city, urban lives.
Trying to make the video happen. All right. Can we make it happen? Okay, great.
A21 is now putting his story on and got exclusive access to. A corporate trainer by profession, Roy attended several campaigns hosted by A21 on human trafficking. But it was the March for Freedom in the city of Kolkata last year, he says, that changed him.
What I did learn is we are educated people, we are young people living in city, urban lives, yet we are blind to many things that seems very normal to us. For example, little children working in the shop below the age of 14 years is something which is not right, which is illegal.
A day after the awareness campaign, Roy identified 2 cases of modern-day slavery in his neighborhood.
I spotted 2 little girls doing hard domestic labor. One was a young girl around the age of 5, and the elder one was 10 years old. So the younger girl was dragging a bucket having wheat grains in it, probably twice her weight. And the elder girl was also helping her with it. This time when I spotted it, it stirred my heart. I knew I had to do something about it.
And he did. Roy immediately alerted local authorities, who then raided the house and rescued the girls. The minors were moved to a shelter home. But for millions of children in India, rescue remains a distant dream. In a country where, according to government estimates, 8 children were trafficked every day in the year 2022, tighter anti-trafficking laws and greater awareness to help identify cases of child labor are crucial. Helping bridge this gap are organizations like the Movement India, aiding local communities with information to identify and report trafficking.
All we want is that every single citizen would be able to spot the signs of trafficking, and when they do, know the action to take, which is a helpline number to call, which is a local NGO or even the local police. There are bodies that exist to rescue, that exist to intervene. It's about citizens taking that proactive action.
And this one action has and continues to save children from the clutches of modern-day slavery. Vedika Sood, CNN, Mumbai.
Good for him, and do be sure to join us this coming Thursday for My Freedom Day, a day-long student-driven event to raise awareness of modern slavery.
Good morning, Whistling Woods. How are you all doing? Great to see you all. This week must have been a very busy one for you, huh? Right? I was just walking through the corridors and I was thinking how lucky and blessed you guys are because of the kind of exposure that you get just simply by being here. So before I start, I want to say a big, big thank you to Whistling Woods, our legendary Mr. Subhash Ghai, Meghna ji. Come on, put your hands together. And I want to start by telling you, you are part of the solution. On the screen, you saw a lot of numbers, statistics through the videos. You have, if you have not been aware of the problem yet, now you have become aware of the problem. And sometimes when we watch the news, read the newspaper, or talk to people, or watch videos like this, we can get overwhelmed by the problem and think, is the world filled with bad guys? Are the human traffickers, criminals, are they the majority in the world? I got good news for you. They are not the majority. They are only a small, tiny minority. The majority of the people in the world are good people, simple people. May it be from Gaza or Israel, may it be from Afghanistan or America, may it be from India or Pakistan. The majority of the people are single mothers who want to send their kids to school, kids who want to go to school and learn and have a good life, people who want to just survive and live and make a living and ambitious, do something in life. Majority of the people in the world are simple, good people. But why does it look like, when we watch the TV or read the news, why does it look like the majority of the people in the world are criminals? You want to know the reason? No, you want to know the reason? The reason is they are active. The criminals are active. Human traffickers are active. Even though they are minority, they are active. 10 people, we live in Mumbai, 10 people who came from Pakistan on a boat to Mumbai held our whole nation for 72 hours in ransom. Why? Not because they are the majority, they were minority, but they were sold out to a negative ideology and they were active pursuing what they believed. Where is the solution? I believe the solution is sitting right in front of me. I want to tell you this morning, we don't have to be overwhelmed by the negativity outside us or around us. We can be more encouraged by the goodness and the power that is inside us to make a difference. So today, number one, I want to tell you, government alone is not going to change anything. NGOs working in silo are not going to make the difference. If we need to see an India free of human trafficking, which is today's focus, how many of you believe it's possible? I believe it's possible, but it is only possible through the collective effort of every single citizen of our nation. Just imagine, I want to give you a picture. You want to drink apple juice, okay? Just imagine you want to drink juice. And you take the fruits and put it in the blender. You have the blades, and the blades are turning. Blades are turning in this speed. You can see my hand. When will you drink your juice? Right activity, but wrong speed. So the right activity or the right effort alone will not bring the right outcome. Okay, you can see the blender. So now the blade is going in the right speed. It is the right activity in the right speed that will bring the right outcome. So why are we not able to see a massive change even though 1,500 plus NGOs are working in Mumbai? Even though the government has good policies and government officials are there trying their level best, I hope, to make a difference. Still, why is the problem seeming to be so big? Right activity is happening, right efforts are happening, but in the wrong speed. How do we achieve the speed? We achieve the speed by engaging millions of people together. That is why the movement India exists. We exist to mobilize common citizens. A lot of times we look at the negativity out there and we forget or ignore the power that we have. You saw on the video, one simple guy from Calcutta. He rescued 2 children. 2 children means it's powerful. It's 2 precious lives. As a result of us trying to give voice to common people, simple citizens like you and me, over the last several years, 71,997 citizens have walked the streets of 237 locations across India, using their voice, using our voice. Our impact, 34 anti-human trafficking clubs are actively empowered within India, and one of them is in Whistling Woods itself. Come on, give yourself a good round of applause. And once again, I want to thank you for being part of the answer. I want to make a statement here. If you are not part of the answer, you are part of the problem. Don't just blame the human traffickers. Don't just blame the criminals. If you are not part of the answer, we are part of the problem. As a result of our impact, 138 million plus citizens have become aware of the issue of human trafficking through multiple media channels. Now, this week is all about storytelling, right? You heard 79,000, 138 million. My favorite number is 1, because that's where the value begins. I want to tell you the story, a real life story of one person whose life has been transformed. About 21 years ago, one day, one of our team got a phone call. Phone call was from the police station, said they found a baby wrapped up in a dustbin in a bus stand. Okay, somebody had abandoned this baby. This baby was only 5 days old. They had abandoned her in a trash can, and because she was kept among other food, with waste food and everything, ants and other things had started to bite her. So she was crying. Somebody heard her cry and came and rescued that, took the baby. Our team went there. We took her to the hospital, took her into one of our homes. Fast forward. She grew up, went to high school. Once she finished high school, she got a degree in computer science. Then she said, I want to be a flight stewardess. Last 1 year, we put her through a school, through Frankfurt, and she is trained to be a flight stewardess. And right now, she is gaining experience at Taj, preparing to be a flight stewardess. Ladies and gentlemen, with her permission, meet Akhtar. That is her. I want to conclude. I want to finish my words here by saying we can talk about the problem, but every single one is important. And I believe every single one of you are important. There is incredible amount of power and goodness in every single one of you to make a difference. And I believe as we collectively join together and agree to make a difference, we can see an India free of human trafficking. And that is why the movement exists. I want you to check out our website. Go and check us out and join the movement. Before we finish, I want all of you to do one thing. That as loud as you can, say it with me. I am the movement. One more time. I am the movement. Jai Hind. God bless you.
We would now like to call upon stage our President, Ms. Meghna Gaipuri, to give the token of gratitude to Movement India team. We would like to call upon the stage Movement India co-founders Biju Thampi and Sam Koshi and the director Ernest D. Costa on stage.
Thank you, Team Movement India. We would now like our president, Ms. Meghna Gaipuri, to announce the students receiving the screen scholarships.
We're waiting for the guests to come. So, we request all the students to stay in. We have the next session starting right away. So they're just on their way. So till then, you can play the music.
Okay, thank you.
Audience, we request you to settle down because our next panel will be starting in next 5 minutes.
Okay, hi, good morning everyone. Hope you liked the previous session. What do you think of it? Any questions? Any things that you'd like to pitch in before we start the next session? How many from outside of Whistling Woods? Please raise your hands. What school and college are you guys from? Sorry, can one of you say clearly? Okay, so what are your expectations of Whistling Woods and Celebrate Cinema? What do you all think of being here? Are you all excited for the entire day? What all workshops are you all excited for? Do you all have the workshop list? Yeah, so what are you excited for? Mobile filmmaking. You're a filmmaker, sir? No? You want to just test it whether you have the filmmaking skills in you or not? Okay, we also have a motion capture workshop actually, which is like a complete Chrome setup workshop. So guys, are you all aware of green screen? Yeah, so you all see films like Bahubali and all these big VFX driven films, right? Have you all seen any animated film recently? Any nice flying film where people are flying from one end to the other? So all that happens on the green screen. So we have a workshop on that where we are teaching that, which is called MoCap, Motion Capture Workshop. Then who are the dancers here? Any dancers? So which style do you like the most? Freestyle, which includes Bollywood, hip-hop, jazz, everything. So we have a dance Desi Beats workshop. And we also have a Bollywood fitness workshop. That's called a dance fitness workshop. And then we have the hip-hop workshop as well. Yeah, how many musicians here? No musicians? Bhai, ye to thoda shocking hai. I'm sure there are musicians here, yaar. No bathroom singer also? Are? I like those raising hands there. Of course, I know you guys sing. I've heard you all sing. And I know how good it is. Then, who all are into animation? Design, animation, anything? Okay, you can take over. Okay, thank you. Please go for all the workshops. And I want updates from you all as to which workshop you like the most. Okay, my name is Mehta. You ask anyone and then just come and tell me as to which workshop you like the most. Okay, is that a promise? Yeah? Thank you. Take it.
Give it up for Mehta, everyone. Everyone, please give a big round of applause for our panelists for today. Yes, huge round of applause. Let's go. Come on, let's keep the applause going, guys. Woo. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause. Before we begin, we would like to invite our president, Ms. Meghna Gaipuri, to announce the students receiving the Screen Scholarships.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. A very, very warm welcome to everybody at Whistling Woods at Celebrate Cinema 2025. it gives me great joy to announce the recipients of a very special recognition, the Screen Academy Whistling Woods Scholarship, launched by the Indian Express Group in collaboration with the Lodha Foundation. This initiative stands as a testament to what we at Whistling Woods deeply believe, that true creativity should never be limited by circumstances. Through this fellowship, our most talented students will receive financial support, mentorship, and access to some of the finest minds in Indian cinema, including our very own Mr. Subhash Ghai, Mr. Ronnie Screwvala, Ms. Guneet Monga, Ms. Payal Kaparia, Mr. Rasul Pakuti, and of course, Mr. Anjum Rajabali, who also heads the selection panel. We are truly proud of this collaboration, which empowers young storytellers to take their next leap forward in filmmaking with excellence, inclusivity, and imagination at its core. Would we like to show the AV first? Yes? So can we please have the Screen Academy AV?
I don't know whether to call it a magazine or a newspaper.
Growing up in a filmy household, screen has been a part of those moments when I would run to my hall and look for the new issue.
Kiran, this is your surprise for the evening.
I remember there were so many times that, you would just turn back and he'd look at me and I was like, Agnipat.
माँ के पैरों के नीचे स्वर्ग है, अरे बाप के पैरों के नीचे जायदाद है।
गीत और आदित्य का अभी ब्रेकअप हो रहा है, फ्रस्ट्रेट हो गए वो दोनों एक दूसरे से, है ना? आदित्य बोल रहा है ये अपनी आपकी खुद की फेवरेट है, कौन झेल सकता है इसे?
We have seen you as a more of a glamour role in South Indian movies, and you went to Bombay. I don't know what transformed you. You're today totally different role.
Feel nepotism or no nepotism, I'm here. किसी के बाप की इंडस्ट्री नहीं है.
कहीं ना कहीं मेरी भी opportunities कई बार ऐसे गई हैं जहाँ पे मुझे ऐसा लगा कि maybe I should have gotten the opportunity rather than someone who's from the family.
I love reading your reviews. When you really love something, you genuinely have, and that means a lot.
But that's the whole thing, you guys don't give up in life.
I wish you all the very best. May Screen digitally prosper.
So with that, may I now please invite Mr. Anjum Rajabali, head of our screenwriting department. Yes, we have to, alphabetical order. Huh? Ms. Priyanka Sinha from Screen and Ms. Sonal Joshi from Screen as well, please. He's having coffee. You can leave your coffee for 2 minutes. Anjum sir, इधर लगा दीजिए, ले लीजिए, राहुल को दे दीजिए. Please come ahead, guys. We are going to just call the students over so you can give them the letters of appreciation and the certificates. So can I please now invite the 4 students who are recipient of the Screen Academy Whistling Woods Scholarship, to start with Ashutosh Singh. Please. Congratulations, Ashutosh. Ashutosh, please stay on stage. Ashutosh, please stay on stage. We'll take a group photo. Can I have Priyanshi Shukla? Riddhi Dhumale. Look out for these names on the big screen in a few years. And last but not the least, Vibhu Galhotra. A huge round of applause for these incredibly talented young filmmakers. Can we all just round up for a group photo, please? Okay, over to the MCs so we can start the next session. MCs? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I'm really sorry, but Sonal, Priyanka, would you like to say a few words? We're just so happy. Yeah, just you can say that.
Thank you and welcome to the Screen Academy. I'm hoping a lot of you will be part of this process next year. And welcome to the movies. Thank you.
Thank you for being a part of this, and I'm so glad, having been the editor of Screen in the past, curator of the Screen Awards in the present, having interacted with Whistling Woods, Meghna, Mr. Subhash Ghai, Anjum sir, I think with the Indian Express legacy and the vision of our executive director, Mr. Anant Goenka, and Meghna's vision and Mr. Subhash Ghai's vision, under Mr. Anjum Rajawali's guidance, I think all of you are in great hands, and we are very excited that we have partnered on this wonderful initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Priyanka.
Thank you, everyone. Celebrate Cinema 2025 is made possible thanks to our incredible partners. We would like to extend our gratitude to our AI partner, Adobe, knowledge partner, the British Council, outreach partner, Career Beam, ticketing partner, District, logistics partner, H Square, gifting partner, Interval, performing arts partner, Bank of Baroda, exhibition partner, Tulsi Research Center for India Studies, beverage partner, Nivas, and supported by storage partner by Lacey Gate. We are deeply thankful for our constant support for making this festival impactful and inspiring.
So, as we come together to learn, engage, and celebrate, let us also remember the responsibility that cinema carries to not only entertain, but also to empower, enlighten, and bring the change.
With that, let's dive into Celebrate Cinema 2025, a festival where stories meet purpose.
And where we all come together to celebrate cinema like never before.
Let's take a look at a short audiovisual about Whistling Woods and Celebrate Cinema.
I remember when I was making a lot of young boys and girls used to come to my office to ask for work. That time there was no school in Bombay. I thought of an idea to open a film institute in all aspects of cinema. And
It's the magic of live events, everyone. All right, everyone, are you ready for the panels to kick off now? All right, we begin with the panel that truly embodies the heart of Celebrate Cinema. Young filmmakers with convictions, navigating the film industry today. This session celebrates the voices shaping the future of cinema through courage, creativity, and an unshakable belief in their stories. Our first panelist is Alankrita Srivastav. Alankrita is an acclaimed Indian writer-director known for her powerful exploration of women's inner worlds. She wrote and directed the award-winning film Lipstick Under My Burqa and the hit series Made in Heaven. As creator and showrunner of Netflix Bombay Begums, she continues to spotlight layered female narratives. Her films, including Dolly Kitty or Wo Chamakte Sitare, challenged societal norms with honesty and empathy. Lipstick Under My Burqa became a landmark, sparking global conversations on gender and voice. She has also contributed to Modern Love Mumbai and is expanding Bombay Begums into new seasons. Alankrita's storytelling stands out for its nuance, flawed characters, and quiet yet fearless rebellions. Please welcome with a huge round of applause, Alankrita Srivastav.
Continuing our celebration of powerful storytelling, our next speaker is someone who masterfully blends imagination and science fiction to create deep human cinematic worlds. Aarti Kadav, an alumna of Whistling Woods International, is an award-winning writer, director, and producer. Her latest film, Mrs., earned widespread acclaim for its bold portrayal of women's agency within marriage. Her debut film, Cargo traveled to 27 international film festivals, including SXSW, the Miami International Science Fictional Film Festival, where it won Best Sci-Fi Feature and the Audience Award, and the Shanghai International Film Festival, where she was nominated for the Asian New Talent Award. Her short film, The Astronaut and His Parrot, premiered at Fantasia Fest, winning Silver Audience Award and multiple Best Directors honors globally. Please join me in warmly welcoming home an extraordinary storyteller and visionary filmmaker, Aarti Kadab.
From futuristic storytelling to raw realism, our next filmmaker captures life with unflinching honesty. Kanu Bhel is a distinguished filmmaker and screenwriter known for his films that combine grit, heart, and emotional depth. He assisted Dibakar Banerjee on Oye Lucky Lucky Oye and co-wrote Love, Sex or Dhoka, directed acclaimed features such as Titli, Agra, and Dispatch. His debut, Titli, premiered in the Un Certain Regard section at Cannes and screened at numerous international festivals. Supported by NFGC Screenwriters Lab, it won the Post-Production Award at Film Bazaar's Work in Progress Lab. Kanu's work explores familial tensions, marginalized voices, and human fragility. With Dispatch, he continues to create cinema that is thoughtful, urgent, and profoundly empathetic, where silence speaks as powerfully as dialogue. Please welcome on stage Kanu Bhel.
Our next panelist's path connects two very different worlds, law and cinema, united by his deep understanding of structure, character, and truth. Karan Singh Tyagi is a filmmaker, writer, and director whose trajectory bridges legal training and creative expressions. He's the writer and director of Kesari Chapter 2, The Untold Story. His Kesari Chapter 2 earned box office success in its early week and gained attention for his reinterpretation of historical events, reflecting his ability to balance scope and emotional resonance. Karan's work reveals a commitment to layered storytelling, one that honors fact, interrogates power, and keep an eye on the human heart at its center. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Karan Singh Tyagi.
To complete this remarkable panel, we have a filmmaker whose vision and sensitivity bring untold stories to life. Shazia Iqbal is an Indian writer and director whose work embodies empathy, courage, and purposeful storytelling. With over a decade as a production designer, she has worked on over 100 TV commercials and acclaimed series like Sacred Games and Lust Stories. Her debut short film, Bebak, won Best Debut Director at the 30th Sao Paulo International Shorts Film Festival, premiered at IFLA, and screened at Mocha Grand, Los Angeles, earning multiple international and Indian awards. As writer-director of projects including Dhadak 2, Homecoming, and Love Storia, Shazia creates films that blend aesthetic insight with social urgency. She also speaks on panels addressing censorship, women in cinema, and minority representation. Please welcome with a huge round of applause, Shazia Iqbal. Moderating the session, we have our wonderful head of screenwriting department at Whistling Woods International, Mr. Anjan Rajabalisa. A veteran screenwriter with films like Dhrokal, Gulam, The Legend of Bhagat Singh, and Rajniti to his name, he has also been a script consultant and advisor to numerous films like Mulk, Article 15, and Thappad. He's also the recipient of the Global Select Teaching Award 2019. Over to you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy.
I hope what you people have to say will be longer than the introductions that you've been given, okay? Right, and if there's any lull in the conversation, you know what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to sing, Celebrate Cinema. It's coming out of my ears now, you know. Okay, so let's dive into it right away because we've lost a little bit of time, and let's keep it compact and crisp. One request, if you can treat it as a request. I'm going to ask straight questions. I'm looking for straight answers. I'm not looking for any sugar-coated platitudes. These people are not here to receive any false encouragement from you. They're here to receive a reality check. But also, you've been called here because of, really, your never say die attitude, which I am personally an observer of. Okay, your indomitable spirit, if you'll allow a pompous word. But it is true. And that's what we're going to focus on. The challenges and how is this that you navigate the minefield called the film industry. Okay, first, starting with straight question. Kanu, young filmmakers with conviction. You're a citizen first, you develop convictions, and then obviously you are impelled to express them through your craft, which is cinema. What are your convictions? What is it that you'd like to say? I know this is a very broad question. I'm also looking at the contemporary situation. What is it that you feel? What is your response to the world today? And how do you want to express that in cinema?
I mean, I think now, since you said be honest, be direct, be as honest as you can, I think...
If I hadn't said it, you weren't going to be, or what?
I
mean, has anyone been able to stop you?
That's my factory setting, so, yeah. No, so just to survive. I think it's come to that point. The first thing is to survive now, also because we are with students who are going to step into the world very soon now. You have to first find a way to survive. If you're going to want to do something that is even a little bit outside of the matrix, forget doing something that has never been done before or that's pushing the envelope, let's say, by 5 degrees. Even to push it now by 0.1 degrees is quite a feat. So just to survive.
Survive as a filmmaker.
Survive as a filmmaker.
Survive.
Yeah. To go from film to film to film. And then, of course, I mean, as you said, it's a broad question. What are my convictions? My convictions are to be able to express the world exactly the way I see it around me, and to fight for that freedom of expression. I should be able to say what I want to say, exactly what I want to say, without any censorship, without any self-censorship or external censorship. Even more than that, as a tax-paying citizen, there should be a system, a sustainable system for my kind of cinema or my kind of the arts, which I should be demanding. I should not just be politely asking for it. I should demand for it because I pay my taxes every year. So we need a sustainable cinema for all kinds of voices, not just for one particular kind of film which infantilizes the audience to no end and treats us like children in nursery. We are not. We are not children in nursery. We are grown-ups. So yeah, I want a sustainable cinema.
Okay, good. That's an angry note, which is very welcome, but we're going to come down to specifics also later. So moving to you, Aarti, I mean, what is the kind of cinema, what are the kind of stories that you would like to tell, which come out of your conviction
I think I've been very fortunate that you've been part of my every science fiction outing as a short film. And I've made quite a few of them, and I've been supported a lot by even Rahul Puri over there. And that's the kind of stories I would like to tell, but I'm also open to all kinds of stories because I'm a storyteller, and it depends on how. I see two things, I see what I'm bringing to the story, and also what I'm, learning while I'm trying to tell that story, because it's a long journey, so I want to see my self-growth also. But I was, when I graduated from film school, I was very wide-eyed about the chances of me making a, beautiful science fiction story. And science fiction doesn't mean it has to be far removed from the reality. In fact, good science fiction talks about reality today in the best possible way. And I've had a lot of challenges. In fact, I was thinking of the introduction as like, there should be a gray scale of all the stories you wrote but never got made or are in the process of being made, And that is such a huge, that's a bigger paragraph than the ones you made. But that's the challenge I have been facing. And I personally feel that the industry has reached a point, and of course there is an optimism because there is work and we are doing work, and I agree with Kanu because I do believe that one has to survive. And I'm getting good stories, but I was thinking about it. The stories that I'm getting very easily, you make it today, tomorrow release, are not really the first choice. My real stories that I want to make, and they need not be science fiction, even some very good stories, they are all dependent, even for the producers, it is dependent on the platform's green lighting. So I feel now there are like 3 or 4 platforms, and the execs there are taking the majority decision for the rest of the country. And it has been over a time. I remember when Cargo came out, and that time all these platforms were very young, and they were very eager to be part of the ecosystem. And we were very lucky when they were showcasing independent films, or they were, programming independent films. But now there's no outlet for that. And as Kanu's films, or very recently I saw a very small, tender film, Humans in the Loop. And I was like, it is getting a good release because it got Kiran. But there are a lot of other films that are, beautiful films, but they are not finding the right pipeline. And as Kanu said, that we should demand that, because I think that's the beauty of our cinema, in general. So, yeah.
True. I'm going to jump to you, Shazia. Shazia, I'm jumping to you now. Okay, because I've known you since, I think, 2007, when Muzaffarnagar Baki Hai was 2014, I think. 14. That was. Yeah. And that was a brave film because it spoke about the violence which had taken place in Muzaffarnagar at that time. And you were integrally involved with that. It was crowdfunded, yes, I remember. That's how I came into the picture. So you are, as a citizen, as a woman, as a human being, you have very strong convictions and you are unafraid to voice them. But when it comes to making films, as Aarti and Kanu spoke about, that you also have to look at survivals, how have you been navigating this when you're given a project that doesn't necessarily seem to be about what you want to say? How is it that you still manage to say what it is that you would like to?
I think what Kanu said, first of all, not getting into self-censorship, because we are in difficult times. And I'm reiterating what probably everyone knows here, but cinema has 2 purposes, or any form of art has 2 purposes. One is to kind of reflect and mirror society. Other is to create that kind of a social impact or change that you want to see in society. And that's why you'll see in American films that, there's a black woman judge, which might not be a regular practice in America, but you'll see that in the film, because as a filmmaker, as a writer, you want to see that change in the society. So you make those changes. And for that, you have to fight, which I think I've been, when I made my first film, Bebak, I was doing production design for season 2 of Sacred Games. And there was a point when there was, the producers had assigned me a certain amount for the film, and it was not possible to finish the film with that money. So the money that I was getting as a PD, I was putting it in the short film. Because I knew that a short film doesn't have, a bigger journey and finance around it. आपको जो बोलना है, आपको बोलना है. आप हाथ पैर मार करके, you do whatever and you get it made. That's the only thing, and probably everyone will stop you. And you still have to go ahead with the conviction that this is something very, again, romanticizing the idea that this is something that I want to put out in the society. And मेरे एक scene से या 5 scene से या पूरे film से अगर ये मुझे कहने मिल रहा है, it's a very privileged art though, right? How Kanu said that it's difficult to survive for the filmmaker itself. Forget about getting in that much money to make the film. So मुझे ये बोलना है अब मैं कुछ भी करूँगी. So when like you talking about Muzaffarnagar बाकी है, Nakul is a filmmaker with that conviction. So people get attracted to such people and they start building, helping them build the film together. So once you know that you have to say this, things will work out. Like even with Dhadak 2, it was mainstream film, and there is so much we had to say, and we did not get in self-censorship at all. And we were like, bolna hai to bolna hai. Now we will let other people stop us, but we won't stop ourselves, because if this is a chance, it is being now hailed as one of the rare mainstream film that is talking openly about caste. But I'm actually surprised how it is the rare first film that is talking about caste. In India, where there is, it's a social problem that it's ingrained in our lives every day, why are other films not doing that? So I'm more surprised that it's not happening more commonly than trying to put myself or others putting me at a pedestal. Oh, you managed to do that. But I'm just surprised how more people are not able to find that voice, because I think it's the core responsibility as a filmmaker to do that.
Perceptive. Your angst is valid. Earlier, we did have many more social issues.
Exactly.
Coming in, people like Mehboob Khan or Gurudutt or Bimal Roy, Sujata. So they would bring it into the
post-independence, all our cinema is very reflective of the, the change that we were going as a country, as a society.
Yeah. Let me come to Kiran. Okay, and this is the reality check now I want, because what all these people have said and what she surmised, that she believes that the two purposes is to mirror society, but not just that, but to also present a progressive picture of what is it that you believe society can be. I think today there's an overriding purpose, that it has to be commercially viable. And one has often seen that that seems to override the two convictions that she was talking about. You seem to have managed to perhaps navigate that, but I want to understand both things, and honestly, Kiran.
Yeah.
You made this film, and I'm sure based on the success, you will get more offers, okay? And yet you're a person who has some convictions, I'm sure, as a citizen. How is it that you intend to balance these two?
So, as you said, being candidly honest, for me, the primary purpose is to make an entertaining film. And I have, I'll make no bones about that. The film has to be entertaining, has to be engaging. You lure the people with your story, with your characters, and then hit them with your politics. But the first primary purpose for me, and I only speak for myself, is to get the audience in. And then a filmmaker's personal politics will seep into the film, consciously or unconsciously. That's, a filmmaker is naked when he makes his film. So his politics is up there. So as far as, speaking about my film is concerned, I knew I was making a commercial mainstream film, but I was, again, very conscious of the fact that I wanted a period film to speak to the present, which is why I zeroed in on the arc of the character from somebody who is inside the British system to actually, stepping outside and taking on a tyrannical government. So, and his catalyst in the film, for people who have seen the film, is through a poet. So I was very mindful of these allegories that I was trying to do, but the primary purpose was to make an engaging film. And I say that because the films that I grew up watching, like all your Salim Javed movies, they lured you in with an exciting character, and then you kind of understand that this character is actually bearing the burden of the nation's anxieties on his shoulders. But again, the primary purpose was to make an engaging film. So for me, that is paramount. And if you're a citizen, if, as you say, with convictions, it's personally onto you to draw the line as to what compromises you're willing to do, what compromises you're not willing to do. And that is where every film speaks about your internal politics. So I actually draw inspiration from the films that I have loved. Like, you see commercial movies like, for example, Dark Knight. It so beautifully speaks to the moral compromises which America made post 9/11. Dune, a commercial film, but it speaks to Middle East spices being, substituted for oil. So that's the kind of, films that I like, films that I want to make, and whether I'm successful or not, time will tell. But yeah, that's what I aspire to do.
Yes, of course. I think that's what also drives our teaching at Whistling Woods, that you come into the school with certain ideas, certain themes that, okay, these are the subjects, these are the issues on which I would like to make. But what here we're talking about is how, the craft that you're talking about, that this also has to be delivered in a way that it does engage the imagination of your viewer. So that, yes, of course, because as we know, cinema is art and craft, starting with the script. So that I entirely agree with you. It has to be engaging. However, I'm going to, in the second round, going to come to what the purpose of cinema. Alankrita, I have deliberately kept you for the last, okay? Even you I know very well because I've observed you since the time that you actually began writing while you were working with Prakash Jha as his associate director. Censorship, the kind of subjects that you want to tackle. Okay. Lipstick, let me take that example. Okay. There was a lot of apprehension for that men and maybe also a particular community might feel offended about it. You showed through these 4 stories, 4 they were, right? 4 or 5? 4. Certain issues, delicate issues, sensitive issues like husband and wife, the whole, imbalance in terms of the power, the whole sexual compulsions which they were subjected to. I want to understand your apprehensions, okay? I want to understand what are the various obstacles, challenges that you faced, okay? Did you have to actually do some self-censorship, make compromises for that? And how is it that you still managed to bulldoze it? I mean, we were all very surprised that you managed to do that, hold on to it, and get it released in cinema halls. And then also add to that, I'm sorry, he said it has to be an engaging film. Do you believe it was an engaging film?
Actually, now it's been quite a few years. When I look back, I think those are still easier times. And I think, so of course, I think the year we were fighting that censorship battle was 2017. And it wasn't like the film was being censored. They pretty much banned it because we were not getting a certificate at all. But I think the country was in a very different place, and it was possible to speak out in public. And the media was supportive, citizens, like I feel like people on social media, the actual media, I think was slightly more balanced at that time. And
one second. Yeah, excellent, there's a lot of talk. I'm glad. I mean, if you want us to hear you, then I can pass the mic on to you. Okay, because we would like to hear these people, but if you want to be heard, I'm happy to pass the mic on. Does anyone want to speak? Yeah, so can we please listen to them? If you speak with each other, then you won't be able to hear what they are saying. Go on, please.
Yeah, so I was just saying that I think those were times when you could actually speak out in public about what exactly is going on. And I feel 7 years down the line, there are many things that happen, but honestly, I feel worse than censorship now is the fact that nobody can even speak about what's really going on, because you are like, there's this sort of gag order that is sort of there, and I feel like there are a lot of things. I had a situation recently, I made a short film, and it was a 40-minute film, and it's been sold to a particular platform, and the 40-minute film had 47 cuts or 37 cuts or something, and they've chopped it and put it on. I'm not going to name any but I'm just saying I didn't say a word, and I'm the same person who, and of course there were legal issues because the IP has been sold, etc., has been transferred. But I was just thinking, this happened this year in April, and I was like, it's been, this is what I feel like the change that has happened. And I think things are way worse now, because I feel in a way, the fearlessness with which I feel I could fight earlier, I don't think I have that anymore. Because I feel the system has really worked against the idea of free speech. So I feel like there is a serious problem in terms of silence. And you have to just be like, somehow let's get our work done and just be subversive and make it come out and like somehow show it and things like that. So I do feel that the times are actually way worse now than they were, is what I feel. The only good thing is I feel, because the audience has changed and I don't know, rating systems and all of that have changed, I definitely feel like many more things probably will get a censor certificate compared to what they would have gotten, like say 7 years ago, because things were different. The other thing I feel is because of streaming, I do feel, and they have a different system of censorship, so I do feel that, which is like self-censorship, I do feel it's possible to say more and do more for that reason. But I feel overall the culture of silence as artists is definitely there. You can't, I think we go through a lot, we actually don't speak about it, and it's not okay. You actually can't talk about what's really going on.
Okay, we're going to come back to, I hear you, all of us hear you, yes, of course. Most of us experience that. Kanu, when the streamers came in, the series came, these platforms, Amazon, Netflix, etc., there was a certain euphoria that all of us felt, because there was they didn't need a CBFC certificate, because the Act doesn't cover that. So we did believe that there would be scope for, number one, saying more, more issues, more themes, more unusual plots, more disturbing topics that you could take on, which cinema had certain commercial imperatives for. And number two, you didn't need stars, because these people said, no, you tell us good stories, make it engaging, and we are perfectly okay to support that. I'm afraid steadily we realized that both these things seem to have changed. So do you feel today that perhaps the earlier system, when you had independent producers, when you had Dharma, these were all, in a way, self-financed. Today, the source of support seems to come from the streamers. And there's a complaint that most of these producers, respectable producers and production houses, have been reduced to becoming line producers for them, because they have to submit the details of the project in advance. Why? Because they want their money. Okay. Hardly anyone really behaves like a studio today, where you make your own film, where you make your own show, and then take it to them, saying, this is what I have made, now do you want it? Now you have more leverage, more bargaining power.
Yeah, ये तो आप next step की बात कर रहे हो. Today तो there is no development. Development भी filmmaker खुद करके जा रहा है. So they're not even line producers in that sense. Sorry, I interrupted. But
No, I understand. No, in fact, you're sort of underlining what I'm trying to say. So has this actually restricted the freedom even further than what it was earlier? We're talking about CBFC, but here there seems to be, without the CBFC, there seems to be a certain kind of restriction. The kind of people who are the gatekeepers, the decision makers, they will perhaps go by purely what Kiran is talking about, commercial. Will it run? Will I get the numbers? And then when you can't predict, then you go by data. That this particular actor, in this particular script, in this genre, this sequence didn't work because there was a drop in viewership. So we need to cut that out. And soon filmmakers are complaining about losing the integrity of that work, but there doesn't seem to be any scope. How are you navigating that? How are you negotiating this? How are you surviving, as you said?
First of all, I try to be honest with myself and my reading of the world around me. I think the first thing we need to understand is that most of the streamers are not harbingers of cinema. They are not in it for the cinema. One of the streamers is a tech giant. It's really a tech company first now, right? The other one is first a big online shopping store, That's what they are. So they have nothing to do with cinema. So first of all, we need to understand that the streamers never really were, in spite of the sell that they were trying to give us, they were never really interested in cinema at all. They came in, they entered the market. It was a really big market for them. They slowly took over sections of the market. The shopping streamer, so that the shoppers come through their this thing. The other guy, because the tech has to expand, the numbers have to expand for their stockholders. So they first came into the metros, and they first took over the metros. It was that little phase in the first 2-3 years, which we are talking about, where we were hopeful of a change, where they were still trying to break into Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, Bangalore, where they were supporting a certain kind of content, as they like to call it. And that's the initial years that we saw. The moment they had exhausted their subscriptions from these centers and they moved on to the so-called B centers, C centers, the game was over, because the people who were sitting there guiding them through what was needed were telling them B center, C center mein to Bollywood hi chalta hai. So, you know, that was the death knell right there. And as Shazia is saying, Alankrita, as all of us are saying, I mean, we can see the effects of that slowly. The trickle down is now much more visible. But to us who are on the inside, I think we were beginning to see the signs 4 or 5 years back already, because these streamers have become more like a black hole. You know, there is no one to talk to. There is no one to. It's almost like picking up the phone on a call center. You know, it's as anonymous as that. You don't know what their stand is, what they're saying, what needs to be made, what they want to make. It is, you know, a strange sort of now mix of this data feedback loop. So yeah, I mean, I think we have to begin with first acknowledging that the streamers are not in it for the cinema at all. So they are going to just follow the numbers.
Sorry, yeah, got that. How are you surviving?
Just trying to find different ways to finance. Because to me, I think it's really important to be able to have the freedom to say what I want to say. I think that's primary to me. I'd rather not make a film if I don't have that freedom. If I can't push the envelope or move the needle forward. So looking at alternative ways of financing outside of the system now completely, and going from there.
Yeah, but number one, are you able to find that finance? Number two, is that enough for you to be able to make the film the way you want to make it? And number three, the big challenge is that today making a film or a show is still, in a sense, foreseeable. But release is a bigger challenge, I mean, because you want it to reach the audience. How are you navigating these three things?
Absolutely. First thing, am I able to find the finance? Yes, but it's getting tougher and tougher and tougher every day. Yeah, what was the second part of the question?
Are you getting enough finance to be able to make it the way you want to make it?
No, not at all. I mean, as Alankrita said, now it feels like a decade later. I mean, my first film was 2014. I made Titli for 5 crores. I made Agra in 2019 for 5 crores. Again, Dispatch, it was a slightly different film. I had Manoj, it was a slightly bigger film. But today, if I were to make Titli today, would I get 5 crores? I'm not too sure. So yes, I mean, that's another reason why it takes you longer and longer and longer to be able to get to the stage to make a film, because you're trying to somehow arrive at a number or in terms of budget for the film where you don't have to compromise too much of shooting days. Because the moment your time on set reduces, you're eventually then, after a point, you start running and you're not able to achieve what you set out to achieve. So either today I feel like you're going ahead and doing a film with a 10-man crew where, you know, you can afford to just the 10 of you, whenever we have time or Saturdays or Sundays or whatever it is, you somehow eke out those 40 days, which I feel like you need minimum of 40 days to do anything with some sort of reflection on set, where you're not just running to take your shots. So yeah, so no, you're not I'm not sure I'll get a 5 CR kind of budget for a Titli today.
Yeah, but still, through these difficult times, you have managed to make Titli, Agra, Dispatch, more or less the way in which you wanted to do. Let's dovetail directly into Alankrita. Okay. I need you to speak more. Two things. In Iran, as an example, censorship from the state demanded that you won't tackle 3 themes, 3 things you cannot make films about: politics, religion, and sex. Okay. Then they added one more, which is violence. Now you tell me, how do we make your entertaining films without, I'm sorry, sex and violence? I mean, and I don't mean only sex and violence as a formula, but these are the driving forces, the life force and the death force. When they clash, that is when you get high conflict. And yet we saw that Iranian cinema, I mean, made such waves. Okay? And the whole popularity, not just at the festivals, but even otherwise on digital media, etc. It's a fairly decent-sized, encouraging, healthy viewership that happened. And that is what we marveled at, that in spite of these restrictions, Alankrita, they took personal stories, they took stories of families, like Children of Heaven, 2 children. Where is my friend's home? The entire movie is about one night, you know that. I think it was Mohsen's, Abbas's, I don't know who's, Makhmal Buff's, yeah, Mohsen Makhmal Buff's film. Where the plot, as some of you are aware, is that a child, a student, realizes that he's got the notebook of his friend, and tomorrow the assignment has to be presented. This is a kid. And all he does is he runs from home looking for this friend's home. He doesn't know where it is. All he knows is the name of the village, but there are 3 villages of that name. The whole film is just about that. Now, if somebody narrates that plot to you, you'd say, who the hell is interested in this? And yet, through that struggle, you actually showcase Iranian society, you showcase the whole communication gap between generations. As he goes through various corners of that area, you begin to get a window into the kind of ordinary struggles that these people are going through. Now, this is mastery over the craft. Okay, this is what Kiran sort of referred to, engaging. Okay, do you feel, and I'm being very straight here, that the average caliber of craft, of filmmaking in this country can live up to that? Do we have the grip on filmmaking such that we are able to actually, use our craft, our inventiveness to say what we want to say and yet get past these restrictions? Yes, you?
No, I don't think so. But I feel like I want to qualify what I'm saying. And I'm going to specifically speak about the Hindi film industry because I feel perhaps Malayalam cinema and all can do it. I'm only talking about Hindi films. I feel we have had a very complicated situation, just speaking as a filmmaker, who's primarily working in Hindi cinema. Because first of all, I feel we come from different places. We congregate in Bombay. Many of us think in English, write in Hindi. So we actually, in many ways, perhaps are not telling stories that are so rooted. Then we've grown up in a culture where it has been the culture of the masala film. So you're first of all battling that mammoth idea of the masala film, which has those songs which now have reduced. Earlier even had things like rape as literally a thrill kind of a thing. The male hero at the center stage. So first of all, we've grown up on that kind of cinema. That is the cinema that has been perpetuated by the system, and therefore audiences pay money for that kind of a film. So here you are, you want to tell your story. Maybe you've decided I'm going to tell my story in Hindi because this is the kind of where I've come to make my films. And this is the system. So what does one do? You're like, okay, let me try to use those elements and then tell my story. So you're constantly trying to find that, and I'm not talking about people who are really only getting their funding, say from France or Germany, and making an indie film which will travel to festivals. I'm talking about if you really want to engage with the audience here. So you are trying to make a film. You may want to say it in one way, but you're like, okay, but like we need music, because then you're like, okay. My first film, Turning 30, I definitely was thinking like that. I mean, it made no sense. It was an English film set in Bandra about the woman trying to figure out what's going wrong with her life when she's turning 30. And I had 4 or 5 songs in the film because I knew T-Series was giving us money and I had to deliver 5 songs to them. So then, and also I've grown up on a diet of like mainstream cinema. So I'm like, okay, then, those songs kind of come. So I feel our craft also is not developed properly because we don't know where we stand, we don't know what to do, like to make it happen. If you're very clear that, okay, I don't really care, I'm going to make my film in a way where I really don't have to engage in how I have to sell the film, then I feel your choices are very, very different, and that's the reality. And somehow I feel when I made Lipstick, it kind of all came together. I had no idea what's going to happen to the film. How, like, whatever. Somehow, both, I was able to straddle both the worlds. But I'm saying I don't think our craft is developed like that because of various things. Not that they're not talented people, but you don't know what kind of audience you're catering to. India is a very complicated country. There are so many kinds of audiences. You can't make a film if you think only a few people will get it. And those universal kind of films, one is how do you get funding? The distribution is from those same theater chains. Your distributors are the same. There's no NFDC that's really supporting that kind of cinema. So you have to keep being like, I have to straddle some kind of middle path so I can at least make something and get it out there. And also I want to say about censorship, I think the filmmakers in Iran have been very were clearly told this is not allowed. Now you figure out. So they were always thinking that these are the rules and you work out your craft based on that. Here there are no rules. They keep changing with every film. It's one thing maybe allowed. I mean, we have so much, the whole idea which now is kind of going on, the item song. It's so hypocritical, like the idea of how a woman is being depicted or objectified. That's a problem, but when you show a woman with agency, that's not a problem, but when you show a woman with agency, it's a problem. So we also you can't develop a system if what is expected keeps changing. What is allowed, not allowed, so I feel we function in a very complicated system which doesn't allow you to also develop your craft in a particular way. And also having, now, because you did mention Iran, I think things are very, very bad for Iranian filmmakers right now. At least we are alive. They are dealing with severe life and death issues and imprisonment and have to leave their countries. So maybe for that period, that decade, they were really able to make those films. But right now, it's like they have to make films from jail and things like that. So it's also, while it's very beautiful that they have managed and it's amazing, but I feel like that's another level of hardship I feel and danger that they're dealing with. Just so we get a reality check.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add to what Alankrita was saying, that I also find this situation really strange, where us filmmakers sit down and think about what we need while making the film to sell it. Selling of the film, marketing of the film should be a separate process. I mean, we made a film called LSD in 2010. It was made for 1 crore. It was an indie film shot on digital cameras, but it was not sold like an indie film. Some of the indie films that we've seen come out recently, without taking any names again, I feel like the people who are producing or marketing them have already decided कि ये कोई नहीं देखेगा. They are sold like indie films. And I feel like, if at all, first of all, I feel like the responsibility for selling a film is not on the filmmaker. But if that sounds too idealistic, okay, fine. If we have a little responsibility, yes, we are ready to assume part of the responsibility. But the how to sell a particular film is you know, it's a whole different beast. You have to think in a different way. How to now take it to the people at large, so that we are able to move it forward. You know, shift the needle. But so yeah, I just quickly want to say.
I get it.
To add to that, even the film like Mrs., which is, you know, we've sat with it for 1.5 years after I made it. It went to a lot of festivals, went to Talent Black Nights. So the producer were more and more increasingly convinced कि ये तो niche वैसा film है, आपने तो गाने भी नहीं डाले, आपने तो वो भी नहीं, and so I was on such a back foot by the time it was releasing, and I was being told also, कुछ नहीं होता आपका, Mrs. will release. How, you know, how platform releases are, after 5 days you might get a message, you know. So I was also कि हाँ 5 दिन बाद कोई message करेगा कि आपकी film देखिए, because I felt like that. And then when, you know, people picked up the film, it was very different. Like my phone was like crashing because of the reels and all. So you don't know, very rightly what Kanu said, that sometimes we also really infantilize the audience and we feel they'll not get it. But I feel that if you make a film honestly and, you know, a good film, maybe people might like it. And it might not be good or bad, but if it's something speaking to them, honestly, maybe they pick it up. But I think there is a layer here which already determines कि ये film का इतना ही scope है.
It's
like, you know?
Sorry to interrupt, but it's essentially the gatekeepers. आप करो homebound 5,000 screens per release Jugnuma, Agra, Titli, whatever, you know, all of our films. Release them on 5,000 screens, and then let's talk about whether they make money or not. Of course they'll make money. It's a distribution game. If a film is only available on 100 screens, with 150 shows, with no marketing to back it, and people don't know that film exists out there in the market, as opposed to a big star Bollywood film, it's unfair to turn around and say, oh, but these films don't work. It is absurd.
That's conviction. However, okay, when you said gatekeepers, okay, so then this becomes an idealistic aspiration, which is today a fantasy. That you take a film made by Kanu Behel and release it on 5,000 screens. Kanu, it's not happening. Okay? Because the walls are just too high.
Absolutely.
But I'm glad that what you're emphasizing is that you stick to your conviction, apply the craft that Kiran is talking about, make sure it is engaging and it is not presented in an abstract way which people find difficult to engage with. So there has to be an Indianness, I feel, to it, for lack of a better word, in the sense that there is drama, there is emotion, there is a whole character empathy that you attach yourself to. There may or may not be songs. Okay, today that at least is acceptable. So there is, I mean, you have to, in the sense, give it a form through which your content is able to, through which your thematic content is able to. Kanu, I need to move on also, please, but I understand. Kiran, I'm diverging slightly from what Alankrita said when she said that, you know, the goalposts begin to shift. Right? I feel the goalposts are tightening, actually. They're coming closer. The walls are sort of closing in. So every time a new sort of diktat comes out, you know, okay, now this is also not acceptable. That's also not acceptable. I'm talking about the gatekeepers. So you begin to close up. I'm going to refer to Tandav, okay, celebrated case, to put it ironically, where there was no CBFC pressure. There was no direct pressure from anybody from the state, from the government or anything. And yet you had these groups raising their voices to such an extent that when it went to court, I think it was Allahabad High Court, where a non-bailable warrant was issued. And the creative head of whatever, had to go underground of that particular platform to escape that. Post that, it definitely served as a watershed from my engagements that I have found, where always Tandav was thrown in your face. So therefore you can't talk about religion. You can't talk about even history unless it is presented in a particular way. Okay, history particularly, that there is, let's put it blatantly, a certain kind of glorification which fits in with what the dominant ideology today seems to be, that you need, even if you have to distort history, but you need to ensure that this is the message being conveyed. I'm going to go a step further. That cinema seems to have become, for a lot of people, not just a medium of information now, which is not meant to be, but it has, but also a medium of education. They keep throwing that in terms of historical fact at you, whether you see a Kashmir Files or Kerala or any of the other. कि भैया फिल्म में दिखाया गया है, तो ऐसा हुआ था ना इतिहास में. What do you have to say about that? And you have to start from the fundamentals that that itself is a distortion, but they're taking that as a given, that it's a history book. Now, you made a history, a film based on history. First, I want to refer to that. Number two, if you were to go ahead and do that, okay, these are already the imperatives. Are you willing to sort of negotiate with that, saying that, yeah, okay, there will be this glorification, there will be this kind of changing of historical facts, okay, but I get to make a film. Is that what it's come down to?
I definitely think, even though that was not my personal experience, but I can't be foolish to what's happening around, in the system. And I feel you are absolutely right. That's what it has come down to. But as far as I'm concerned, I grew up as a lawyer, so I had a legal education. And I'll tell you, because your question is, how do you navigate the world? I grew up in an environment where my ideas were thrashed every day in law school, where my professors humiliated me in front of the entire class. So I grew up with an ability to argue. And through the course of making my first film and through the course of writing my next, I feel that ability to argue, that ability to plead, convince, navigate your way has kind of helped me. And I feel that's the only way. You have to stick to your convictions and embrace critique and embrace criticism if the person who's criticizing or has a point of view is coming from the right place. Understand what that person is trying to say, and then maybe there's a point when you have to safeguard your film and address the real concern that the person is putting out. But it boils down to sticking to your guts and arguing like your life depends on it. So that's the only way to make a movie. And if you want to stick to your convictions, you fight like your life depends on it. That's kind of what happened with my first film, and that's the kind of the way in which I think I'll have to navigate this world. And you spoke about Iranian filmmakers. I take a lot of courage from somebody like Jafar Panahi. And as you absolutely said, he's made a film on his own house arrest, and he's chronicled that house arrest and he's released that film. So that's what is happening out there in the world. So I'm under no misconception that we are living in a utopian world. We have to fight, we have to persist, and that's the way. And when it comes to history, you ask me about films. I don't think the purpose of film should be education. I don't think that personally. And as far as historical movies are concerned, I have a different point of view. I feel they need not be accurate photographs of that time. They have to be paintings where a person, and this is something which Aaron Sorkin said, and he's one of my screenwriting heroes. You put your own interpretation of that history. So for me, when I was making my film, it was my interpretation of this lawyer who kind of had an arc from a bureaucrat to a lawyer who fights the case with the soul of a poet. So I don't want anybody to come and watch my film thinking this is educational or this is exactly how things transpired. So it's inspired from real life. But when it comes to propaganda, when it comes to distortion, I feel every filmmaker has to draw the line somewhere, and it's that filmmaker's morality which should guide him.
I personally don't think that films on history should be a document of that. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying your interpretation. That interpretation is also determined by certain ideological considerations. That is where I was coming in, that there's a certain kind of political agenda.
So at the first level, your interpretation will come from your own convictions and your own morality and your own politics. But then how to safeguard your convictions against what you're saying, that is a different battle. Which in my case, as I'm repeating myself, my legal skills kind of helped me. But yeah.
Yeah, but that is still there. But I'm saying, to be fair, the platforms, the financiers, the distributors, the producers, there is a point of view there. They're also victims. They've also suffered. I mean, when you have something like a Tandav coming up, Amazon suffers. on account of that. So they also are playing it safe. Now, in the process, what is happening is that your creative freedom is being restricted. So we also have to look at the larger picture. It's not about arguing with individuals who are sitting there across the table. Their fear is that of mobs. How do you argue with those mobs? Who threaten you to, they'll burn the cinema hall down. They will sort of ensure that people can't enter to watch your film. They will attack your offices, in which case there's no argument. There is just the threat of violence which is taking place.
So unfortunate. Yeah.
Okay, that's how it is. Okay. A question across the board before I come to my last positive thing. Let's keep it small, okay, because we're also running out of time. Once, I think, our very own Javed Akhtar, had said quite famously, he'd added, there were two sentences which we got into a debate with. It was public forum. He said, number one, that the sole purpose of a film is to entertain. Right? It doesn't matter what the subject is, whether it has a social issue, doesn't have, it is to entertain. And number two, that film which is not commercially viable, that means which the market doesn't validate, has no business to exist. Okay, I want quick reactions to this.
Actually, it's a bubble, I would say. And I'm saying this, after making a film which Javed Saab said that, it was written better than Salim Javed. So that was the response. But I'm saying when people at the studio, at the network, at different streamers say, "Hame pata hai kya chal raha hai," it's such a bubble, nobody knows. And that's the fact. And you can put, 4 songs out there, you can put your comedy dal do, everything is comedy, right? Action plus comedy, horror plus comedy, romance plus comedy. You can do that. And it is great, comedy is a great way to engage people. Unless you're doing comedy where women and other minorities are at the receiving end of it. People presume because of their experience and their position of authority that they know what is happening. Or commercial kya hai? What is commercial? If you ask, think for yourself, what is commercial? Like for me, great commercial films are Rang De Basanti, Chak De India, Lagan. These were films I would say Heather is a great commercial film. So, abhi ban sakti hai kya Heather? Abhi ban sakti hai Rang De Basanti.
Ajay, my question was very sharp. I'm saying as a principle, as a determining factor, if a film doesn't recover its money and delivers a reasonable profit to the person who's putting in the money, because they see it also as a business, given the large costs which are involved in that. If that doesn't happen, then that film has no business to be made because it's a loss-making film.
I disagree. What Kanu was saying is completely right, that distribution, you are giving an indie film or film made by independent producers 500 screens. Like our film got 1,000 screens and made a 3.8 crore on the day one. And Sayyara got 8,000 screens and made a 20 crore. Now do the maths. But our film doesn't have that kind of a value that a Sayyara does. And then it picks up on the word of mouth that, oh, this film has got a 20 crore opening. But are you giving that kind of platform to the film in the first place? Are you giving, so everything eventually depends on marketing and distribution. I don't think it's fair to say that, oh, because this film talks about caste, nobody wants to see because logo ke life mein itna problem hai, they want to see something more escapist. And a love story is an escape. I don't think it's fair to assume that.
Okay, that's a complex way of looking at it. But yeah, absolutely valid that it's not, how do you determine whether the film is capable of earning back the investment with a profit if you don't actually ensure that the marketing is done in a way which gives it a chance to do that. Yeah, I understand that. But the thinking behind the person, thinking of the person who's actually going to put his money in there would be this. No, I understand. Absolutely, you take that into consideration, but that seems to be the determining thing, and which is why they continue to play it safe, looking also at the political environment, looking also at the possibility that there might be objections to this. Aarti, what do you feel about that?
No, I was just thinking, going back to why should films exist, and then why that whole idea of storytelling was, when we were cavemen, we used to sit around a fire and listen to each other's stories. Like, and some stories might not be the most popular stories, but they might be unique stories, and that expanded the general, collective consciousness of the group of the people. So I feel that why are we only using one parameter to judge a film basis, whether it's recovering money? That's such a small parameter. We should judge it basis of how it's moving us. For me, like, one of the purposes I feel for a film is, like, for example, I'm talking this, I mean, which I felt with Mrs., which I, that there was, one maid came and said, I had this problem in my life. I couldn't talk to anyone, but the film showed to me. And that's what, like, if a student's sitting here, I make a film about students, and they feel that, I couldn't discuss this with my family or my friends, but this film, I felt it spoke to me directly. And, now I know that I'm not alone. That the whole idea of the telling stories was that you feel that you're not alone. And I feel that, like, that's a very small parameter to judge. It's a very myopic view of the films. I feel that, like, it should just have...
Let's go and speak to the financer about this, okay? That it's a very myopic view. So be that as it may, students might like it. What happens to my recovery? You see, what you're saying is absolutely right, and this is where the whole NFDC thing, that does it have a right to exist? Yes. I'll give you a parallel example, which is crude. At one time, I mean, perhaps before you came into the world, there was this whole debate that certain sectors should be controlled by the government. Education, health, transport. Now, there's a big debate that transport should be privatized. Problem with that is that you privatize railways, suppose, which fortunately hasn't been done. Then they only look at profitable routes. Okay, this is where we are recovering money, this is where we are recovering money. There, a village far-flung, which has a small population, we can't possibly extend our line there because, we will not be able to recover our money. So what happens to those people? Hence, the government had to retain that control. They also have to be served. Likewise, I'm saying that NFDC was fulfilling that role. NFDC, perhaps you heard of, the National Film Development Corporation, which was meant to be financing those films which private producers would not do that, which is why you had films by Saeed Mirza, Sham Benegal, Govind Nihalani, Ketan Mehta, okay, Mrinal Sen, Satyajit Ray. I mean, if Ravi Gupta was here, he would have sort of backed me up. And it was doing that because it is important that these stories have to be told, this alternative form of cinema has to reach the audience, because the job of cinema is not only to earn money, but also to enrich, okay, culturally enrich a society. That's what stories do. That's what you're saying, raising questions in this, using this popular medium.
Sorry,
it no longer exists.
Can I just interrupt quickly? What happened because Korean cinema everyone's been talking to, and especially how it's developed in last 20 years. There's a director called Lee Chang-dong. I don't know, you guys must be knowing, he's made a film called Peppermint Candy. He made in year 2000. That was the time there was a shift from a more authoritarian government to a more liberal government. What the Prime Minister of Korea did was, he made Lee Chang-dong the cultural minister. And he made policies. That is the reason why countries, cinema, and even TV has flourished in last 25 years. This is how you bring a change on the top, which trickles down. Then all your other, sectors like finance and producers and studios, that is how it brings a change. And it is still the only country that's, that has made a film that has been the highest earning film, Parasite, the highest earning film in Korea that year, and gone and won 4 Oscars. So that is how a change is brought about. It can only not be done by filmmakers taking a stand. It also has to be done by things happening from the top. But of course,
Kanu, are you volunteering to stand for culture minister?
Absolutely.
Yeah, will you
anytime.
stand for
Anytime.
election?
No, but also.
Okay,
sir, I just want to say.
Coming to. Yeah. Listen, what you're talking about is something which is not foreseeable here. I'm talking about having a funding.
I'm giving you an example of what could be.
It's fantastic that the new Prime Minister sort of did that. But that is hardly what you can even imagine happening. But what you can imagine happening here is filmmakers lobbying with ministers and others to ensure that something like NFDC is revived, and not just national film, but all the state film development corporations, where you allocate a budget. Okay, for that, even if it's a limited budget, एक film एक state से बन सकती है, उतना हमारे पास budget है. Let's start with that. Then your whole argument that it begins to reach the audience because it is well made and it has an encouraging response. Now, yes, it moves. So I'm saying we need to sort of look at also what is it that it is possible to lobby for and perhaps achieve. Kanu, you were saying something.
Basically, coming back to where this started, which is that Javed Saab's statement, I think it's really important to burst the bubble of that statement also, because everything that is entertaining might not be successful, but everything that is successful becomes entertaining. So I think it's really important to remember that the purpose of cinema is not to entertain. The purpose, that's your personal capitalistic need if you're saying the purpose of cinema is to entertain. The purpose of cinema is to move. If an audience is moved, they are entertained. So all you are supposed to do is say a story, tell a story in an engaging sort of way, which moves people. You come out either crying, laughing, whatever that emotion, and because of the purge of that emotion, you will have been entertained. There is not just one definition of entertainment. Only walking out, laughing, and we can't limit that to.
Yeah, but see, that may be the narrowed down definition, but as we understand it, entertainment is any story which engages the audience and keeps it involved, and then they get moved, profoundly moved sometimes, thoughtful. So it's not that tragedies are not entertaining. I mean, even Javed Saab's Diwar, okay? I mean, in that sense, it's categorized as a tragedy. The main hero dies. Sholay, the fellow dies in the end. So the last shot actually leaves you with a lot of grief that this friendship has broken up, that widow cannot get a future, and now he's going back alone, okay, with hardly a word of solace. So we did have that. I mean, Dilip Kumar made his career on tragedies. So it doesn't mean that they should come out laughing, which may have become the definition now. But let's look at that. I'm saying to be moved, you need to be engaged. And that's where again I come back to the craft, that you deliver it in a way that grips your audience's imagination. In the process, the experience can be delivered. That's what I was saying. Arti, you want to add something to this?
I'm very open to absurd cinema also, like, ये कोई ना इसका like कुछ भी मुझे लगता है कि let it, and अभी तो I think now the technology has made it accessible. I think it's important that we should allow multiple voices and multiple point of views and not just have a dominant. मुझे लगता है it's about to decentralize disruption. I just don't know. That's what I was coming to my mind when he was talking.
Yeah, I just want to say one last thing, which is that it's important, I think, I just want to add to Karan's point, where he was saying, we have to keep our conviction. But I think in recent times, what we have seen is that individual conviction or just holding on to individual conviction is not enough anymore. We've already lost our rights, our basic rights, to a large extent. I think it's very important for us to come together as a community now and start talking, because a lot of times the liberals sort of let go and they just keep letting go. I think it's important to come together and have a collective voice of individual convictions, yes, but we need to speak and be heard collectively now. So otherwise, agar ye nahi karenge, to और dilute hote jayenge freedoms. We will only be clutching on to our own individual convictions, and very soon there will be no space left. As you said, the goalposts are just shrinking.
Just to add to Kanu, which is why I preface that my personal experience was not filled with the compulsions which the rest of them kind of faced. But you're absolutely right. That famous Holocaust poem comes to mind. Like, first they came for the Jews, I didn't speak. So, we have to come together and speak, because ultimately you will be the one who's affected at some point or the other.
The last time I think industry folks came together for a film was Urta Punjab. And after that, there has been, like, so many films you see in news are getting censored. There's nobody who speaks up for the film, including Punjab 95.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, pushback is against your own fear. But the fear is also real. It's not just palpable, it's concrete. So either that, you have to be inventive, or you have to be clever, like these two women here, that your first film then has to feature somebody as an actor who will manage to sort of catapult you up there. I mean, there was a hero's role in Time Machine. There was a cameo of a publisher that Alankrita had in her film. And they chose a person who had a charismatic screen presence.
It's a guaranteed way to make your film successful, yeah. Casting Anjul sir.
Yeah, sorry to cut, but I have one point to make about this comment about this, should all films do they only have worth if they have commercial value? I think when we discuss that, we really take away this idea that it's the whole thing about what film is commercial or what is not commercial, what art should be, what is the purpose of art, takes away the entire conversation about the systems that have been created, and those systems have been created by patriarchy and capitalism, and before that by various other factors. So I feel even when we say this film is very commercial, it's because the audience also has been trained like that for decades and decades. They've been taught, this is what you pay for, this is the male hero, this is the thing, this is an upper caste kind of viewpoint. So they also, that conditioning is very, very deep-rooted. So I just feel like actually what Shazia said makes sense, that eventually, and also what Kanu is saying, the thing is, it's not about individuals fighting. There needs to be some kind of systemic change, and it can't come just from a few scattered individuals. It is really about looking back and examining the system and saying what is determining success, even how many screens a film should get, what it's coming from a history. And I feel until and unless we acknowledge that history, that this is the cinema and the audience we have created. Why does the Malayalam film industry have a different trajectory? Because they had very different systems. So I feel it's very easy to tell where we are now by looking back. And also we'll be able to tell what happens in the future by seeing if we're not going to change something now, it's going to get worse and worse. So I do feel that it is all very systemic, which film succeeds and which film doesn't. It's not a factor of did people like that film more. I think it's that they've been trained and brainwashed and hypnotized valuing a certain film in a certain way. And that unlearning happens, it's very hard even for an audience of the kind of country we have to become more open to other kind of films. So I feel like it's a very complex thing about our history.
So when you say systems, you're talking about social structures, you're talking cultural attitudes.
And also the economic structure of the film industry, right? Who is the person who's deciding things, which is why I do feel streaming has created a different ecosystem, and hopefully it should come back to being enablers. But basically it is an ecosystem which was guarded very heavily. But there were no, for instance, there were hardly any women. There are like hardly any Dalit filmmakers. So there is a problem, you know.
Also for streamers, they don't require, like for original film, they don't require the CBFC certificate, but for all acquisition project that they do. And they don't even put up the certificate, but it's like an unsaid rule that you have to put up the CBFC cut, which is, again, not
yes, no. This is a much larger discussion. In fact, a topic for an entirely new session about what is the kind of social attitudes which are actually where the decision makers or the gatekeepers come from, the upper caste male, view here. Earlier it used to be North Indian completely. Okay, you had North Indian stars, I mean, even the names, etc. Anyway, that's the thing for a larger discussion, and we could go on and on, but I think the audience is now beginning to feel a little left out. If you have Q&As, then I'm happy to admit 3.5 questions. Let's start with Meher. You need to, the mic, where is the mic circulating? I mean, you can take the mic from your, hello, where's Ravi, where's Prashant, who are they? Or where are the volunteers? No volunteers here? There, thank you.
Ji, Shukriya Anjum Saab. Namaste. My question is for Alankrita Saiba. And first of all, I just want to very quickly say that I feel so enthused and so overwhelmed to be in your presence, because as my classmate Harsh Surana was saying the other day, that we're imbibing your aura as well. So that's so inspiring. And Kanu Saab mentioned LSD, one of the greatest Indian films of all time, in my opinion. So my question quickly for you, Alankrita Saiba, is that Lipstick Under My Burqa, जो मेरी पसंदीदा फिल्मों में से एक है, तो फेमिनिस्ट फिल्मों के बारे में ये धारणा है, ये तासुर है कि ये रोने धोने की फिल्में होंगी, इनमें ह्यूमर नहीं होगा, जॉय नहीं होगा, प्लेजर प्रिंसिपल नहीं होगा, but your film had all of that and such compassion and kindness. तो ये बड़ा ऑर्गेनिक था, आपका मिजाज ही ऐसा है, खुश मिजाज हैं आप, या ये इस पे अगर आप कुछ भी कहें कि how wonderfully it all came together, कुछ भी आप इस पे कहें तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा.
Pata nahi what my mijaz is like, but I just want to say that I think for me it was a very honest film. And in fact, I feel whatever I try and write and make, I just try to keep it as close to home in the sense of how I feel, and I try to not I just try to look at myself as the audience and say, is this a story I would enjoy? Is this something that, is this something that I want to say and explore? So I think most of my, frankly, I think all of my work comes from a very personal space. So I don't really have anything else to say apart from that. But yeah, I do feel that I feel even when one is very sad, I think it's not like people are sitting and crying. I feel you still find something to laugh about, something is ironic. So I feel that's how human beings manage to live, and that's how actually women have been surviving, because things have always been difficult, but I feel it's not like everywhere you go, women are just like crying and saying, oh, our life sucks. They're trying to make the most of it. So I think I like the idea of rebellion and subversion and trying to figure it out somehow or the other. So yeah, I think that's the thought process that I come from and my characters come from.
Thank you, Alankrita.
Okay, hi. My question is for everybody.
Who are you?
I'm Kamran. I'm from Direction, third year. So my question is that what is an Indian story and what's an Indian film? Because a lot of the things that I try to write, the most common feedback that I get is that it's not very Indian, or Indian people won't get it. So what is an Indian film? If y'all could speak about that, please.
That can be a topic for the next Celebrate Cinemas session. It's a little difficult to... Yeah, there are traditional elements which have conventionally been there. I mean, melodrama, music, dance, song. These are the kind of necessary elements which were considered. But now we are even moving away from that. You needn't have songs to do that. So, but anyway.
Or perhaps how to navigate that feedback.
Yeah, I would just say if they're saying it's not an Indian film, you're on the right track.
And I just want to say, I feel the most Indian film I've seen in recent times is Homebound. I think it's the closest to our lived reality, and it's my favorite film of the year. So.
No, which one?
Homebound. It's really, really, I feel, a very, very Indian film. So I think, yeah.
Wait, anybody? Go ahead, Harsh. You got the mic? You can't raise your hand without a mic. You need to first grab the mic. Coming to you.
Hi everyone.
Coming to you. एक सेकंड बोल ले जरा प्लीज. आपके पास mic है ना? हाँ, very good.
Hello everyone. Great to have you in the panel. I am Harsh from screenwriting. Obviously, it's a very thick wall to crack, the film industry, and you all have cracked it. So I would just briefly ask you, there are different ways of doing it. Do you put yourself out, making your own content, or do you make connections? Because gatekeepers need you, you need them, both the ways. And how do you guys, all the aspiring filmmakers, how do you want to say, how do we crack this thick wall? In your own words, if that's possible, anybody could answer. That would be great, considering the time. Yeah, thank you.
Does anyone have an answer?
I have always tried to bootstrap. I have tried to bootstrap multiple times in my life. I've made lots of short films. I've made my feature, and even now when I'm getting studio offers, I still try to bootstrap. I think it's very empowering, and there's a kind of confidence you get that yaar kuch bhi ho jaye hum kabhi na kabhi film bana hi lenge. I think sir spoke about tenacity. I think it comes from knowing that no matter what, you will end up making something. So because we live in a time where you can take a phone and maybe go to your village or shoot a film. Of course there's problem of distribution and all, but at this stage I think you should just be keen to make your story as much. But at the same time, I have also been really in touch with people in the industry, and I've had mentors, and I've always tried to collaborate also. So I don't think you should just go one way and shut out the other way. You should totally be open to both. And yeah, so that's what I would say. Yeah.
Can I add to that quickly? Just quickly, I would say that also another way of looking at this is if you are punching, whoever has punched a small hole and gone inside this wall, they are inside the prison now, right? So there is always space for someone who's outside. So just stick to your voice and come out with your own truth. And if that truth is sharp enough, then the wall will automatically break.
You know, Harsh, I'm just going to add to that today to take forward what Aarti said, that today it's technology has in a way democratized filmmaking, you know, where at low cost, where you're able to take your phone and make a short film. Now, this at least for 10 minutes, if it's a 10-minute short film, then these executives are not so averse to seeing it. If you send them a 100-page script, हाँ वो पढ़ेंगे, हजारों script पढ़ी हुई है. Oftentimes, this showcases your skills, which has been made at, you know, virtually no cost to you. Some of them have actually started their careers like that. Okay, you look at Aarti. I mean, Aarti then decided, okay, come what may. I mean, that is the tenacity I'm talking about. She doesn't give up. तो short film बनाई, उसके बाद दूसरी बनाई, कहीं किसी ने notice किया, बाहर आई, and then everybody was looking for her. कि भाई आरती को बुलाओ, आरती को बुलाओ. So it's also, they may not say this kind of content we want, but your skills is what we would like to use. So oftentimes your film sells you instead of the film itself. So one has to work out innovative ways of breaking that wall down. There's no particular rule. पहले ये लिखता कहा जाता था script अच्छी लिखो बन जाएगी, which is true, but it takes time. I still believe that if you've written a good script which is worthy of being made, somewhere or the other word gets around because it's not such a widespread industry. People speak about जब writer चाहिए इसके बात कर लो, उसकी script मैंने पढ़ी थी काफी अच्छी, and things begin to move. So I agree with them. First and foremost, stick to what you're doing. Instead of saying, before I start writing, tell me what the scope is. Arey Baba, then you're not a writer. You know, you're first one to market. So it generally seems to work if you have the tenacity, the patience, and a thick skin to be able to take rejections. Yeah, okay. Ma'am.
Hi, I'm Ariba Sheikh, and Aarti ma'am, your movie Mrs.
From which department?
FYJC Arts, LS Raheja.
Okay.
Ma'am, I want to appreciate your movie Mrs. Like, it is so good. मतलब आज के generation में it's like लड़कियाँ सिर्फ काम करती है, लेकिन आपकी movie देखने के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि लड़कियाँ हर चीज़ के लिए capable है. I just want to appreciate you.
Oh, thank you so much. You made my day. Thanks a
And
lot.
everyone who didn't watch Mrs., please go home and watch Mrs. Please, must
Thank you
suggest.
so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
आरती देखा आने का क्या फायदा होता है स्टूडेंट से एंगेज करने का. Okay, do we have any more questions? I think we have time for 2. Yes.
Hello sir, I'm Ojasvi Raghuvansh. I'm from
You're what?
Ojasvi Raghuvansh.
Uh-huh.
I'm from filmmaking. And my question is, I have 2-part questions. One is for the panelist and one is for you, Anjum sir. So we covered a lot of different topics, like this distribution, gatekeeping, censorship. I want to know, Anjum sir, what do you think about them? And my question to the panelist is that what do you think about the ignorant audience who does not actually care about what's happening in the back end? And also, for example, I recently saw a film, Homebound, which was appreciated by a lot of viewers, but I read a recent article where, I don't know whether it's completely true or not, but Karan Johar stated that he might not make such films again. So what do you think about that?
What do you have to say, Kanu?
We were actually just talking about this article before stepping on stage. I think I've said enough. You say.
No, I think that like what the conviction. I feel that the conviction has to come from the producers to have that faith in the film, and and see a film like Homebound is very rare because it's done so well, but it also has mainstream cast like Ishan Khattar and Janvi whom you recognize. So it's a kind of film where I think we would have wanted the producer to really fly with when it came to distribution. So I think when it's a you create that situation where you give it a limited release and then you feel that it is not doing well. So I don't know. See, I don't know the realities they navigate, the producer navigate. But at this point, from what I see, I feel that they should have probably gone all out with it. So, and sorry, your first question was that.
My first question was, what do you think about the audience which does not care about the problems happening in the in the back end. And
I think we should not care. As a filmmaker, they should not care about the problems in the making of the film, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
and the
so I
distribution.
think they should not care about the problems happening in the making. They should just respond to the film, the material that is in front of them. Even would have had a lot of problems while making my films, but eventually I want them to only respond to the film, and that's it. Yeah.
I think it's a little reductive to say that the audience is ignorant, because it's also you're talking about people who are not exposed to even the way, I mean, most of the time there are very few, there is a bigger problem of screens not being in smaller B-town, C-town cities, you know. So that is a bigger problem, that they're not able to access the cinema. And when there is a 500 ticket and 500 popcorn cost, you cannot really blame that people are ignorant about it. There is a larger, of course, it's such a big country, first of all. It's not a smaller city. First of all, it's such a huge country, and you need to make sure that the cinema is reaching them. It is not. That is the bigger problem, rather than saying people are ignorant. That's not the case. There was a cinema-going culture, and that's why a Telugu film industry can thrive, a Malayalam film industry can thrive, because it's a regional language, and they end up making 100 crores in one state. And Hindi film industry is not able to do that because it's not able to reach people through screens. So that is one of the bigger problem. Again, it's a distribution issue, but I don't think the onus should be on people to, if it is not affordable, if it is not accessible.
और audience कौन है यार? Audience मैं और तुम ही तो हैं. हम ही तो audience है. We've got to have that faith in the audience. If you have faith in yourself, you've got to have faith in the audience. So, I have deep belief that people want to watch a certain kind of film. It's just that they don't have access. That's it.
Also, there's another problem that cinema as a privileged art is kind of, it remains in the elite layer of society. And what Amir Khan said, that even when a film does 700-800 crores, it's reaching just 3% of the country. I think that is a bigger problem that needs to be addressed, not by you, just like he's feeling very burdened. But that's the truth of it, that it doesn't reach the larger, corners of the country, unfortunately.
Anjum sir, I guess that would be a good note to
Yeah,
end.
see, but I'm going to take a slight tangential response here. We're talking about themes, we're talking about situation in the country, we're talking about history, religion, politics, etc. I want to make films on those, what do I do? मेरा ये कहना है कि चाहे जो भी theme हो, चाहे जो भी issue हो, the story is about a character who is personally affected by the problem, struggling with that problem, whether it's a Mrs. Great Indian Kitchen, whether it's Titli, whether it's Thadaktu, Karan's film, Alankrita's. That I'm saying, there's an emotional draw where the audience, the way in which you write the script, make the film, is that you're attaching the audience to the character. And it becomes a personal experience for the audience. Through the personal, you reach the political. Through the personal, you reach the historical. That is what storytelling is actually about. If you start by saying, I'm going to make a film about women being exploited and women's empowerment and how they're being shown, then people feel, yaar, ye issue, mere ko bhashanbaji nahi sunni yaar tumhara. This is a political film. No, it's a personal film. So I'm saying that the whole approach, therefore, has to be where we don't lose the basics of that. So even the gatekeeper who's reading it, he just gets the whole politics and ideology of the film. By the way, essentially, is it a holding film? And when you say Indian, somebody asked, it's emotion and drama. This is what I believe in very crude, sweeping terms. Is it emotional? Is it dramatic? Is it personal? And I think you manage to then sort of get the attention of those. That's what I think we should be focusing on, the basics, and not get lost in trying to sell themes, selling stories. Okay, through that things can come out. Last question.
So, hi everyone, I'm Keshav from Filmmaking Second Year. And I don't mean for this to be a provocative question in any way, but this is my reference point, which is that I'm from Tamil Nadu, and generally when I see regional films being remade in Bollywood, it could be any industry. It could be a Marathi film being remade, it could be a Tamil film being remade. I generally see this tendency of the politics or the theme of the film getting diluted when it is being remade in Bollywood. And it is not like a single observation from a movie. I've seen it in the past a couple of times, and that is where the question is coming from. So I am assuming that the filmmaker would want to maintain the true essence of the story, or even if it's an original story, when you're being strong-armed by like these so-called bigger forces or gatekeepers, let's say, when you're being strong-armed to dilute your messaging, how do you deal with that as a filmmaker? It need not necessarily be a remake, right? Even if it's an original story, you could be strong-armed and you could be made to dilute the messaging or the core philosophy of the movie. Then what do you do? How do you deal with it? It's an open question to anyone.
Alankrita, what would you say about that? What would you say about that? How do you deal with this strong arm tactics?
I mean, I think what I've had to deal with is they just are like, we don't want to make this film. I think it's, so say right now when I'm pitching various things, at a narration, this one film I've written and I was pitching it to a producer and he's like, it's a small town setting, but these women are too modern. So I said, I don't think we'll be able to see eye to eye, and that was the end of the conversation. So I think that personally for me, I think I have less of the within film negotiation to do. I think for me, it's really like, mostly they just reject my thought outright. They're like, "Arey yaar, this is too liberal, this is too whatever, this is too radical." So I think when someone buys into it, mostly I feel they buy into it as a whole. Otherwise, they just are like, we don't want to get into this, we don't think we want, why don't you tell this story and we'll suggest something to you. So I think I have dealt less with within what I want to say, more like just an outright rejection of, we are not into this only, we don't want to support this kind of thing. So I may not be the right person. See, small things, frankly, there is always like something which I feel may not even be about politics, but it's like, you might get a note on something in the edit when you're doing a show or something. So that you have to see, and it depends on who, if that other person, sometimes they do have a point of view. It's not like everything that comes makes no sense. So you kind of incorporate that. But I feel I have not had to deal with dilution within my own work. I think it's just outright rejection. And then you're like, okay, I mean, you feel bad for a few days, and then after that you're like, okay, anyway, I wasn't going to work out, because you need people to overall at least trust what you're doing. So that's my personal experience, but I think others might be able to
Karan,
say
a quick, Saja, one second. Karan, a quick response?
Yeah,
Quick.
So I agree with her. Even I have not had to face dilution within the work, but the only thing that I'll say is you have to understand where the stakeholder or the person is coming from. You have to first understand that. If the person, is coming from a right place, then embrace critique and embrace the idea that in this marketplace of ideas, if your idea is the better idea, the stronger idea, it will prevail. But if the person is coming from a different point of view and is not coming to safeguard the film, understand the deep concern and find ways, ingenious ways, innovative ways to address that concern. So it's there's no one standard rule. You have to be strong. You have to be like you have to be a meticulous rebel. So so I kind of we cannot just rebel for the sake of it. There has to be a manner and a practice in which revolution is brought about. So I definitely feel one needs to be a meticulous rebel.
So just quick, sir, since you're from Tamil Nadu, the popular politics in Tamil Nadu is very anti-caste in its nature. That's why you'll see a lot more anti-caste films in Tamil Nadu by Paranjit, Mari Selvaraj and everyone, right? CBFC regionally certifies films. They see it like that in the same context. In North India, since a Hindi film, I was told in a censorship session that it has a reach of 80% of the country. That is why they're more scared of a Hindi film than they would be scared of a Tamil film. So despite my film also being a remake, they were more scared of the Hindi film than of the original film. That is where things go wrong. Even if you make, you have a strong voice and you're trying to tell something, that's the larger thing that in the northern India politics of the country, is the politics anti-caste as strongly as it is in Tamil Nadu. So cinema reflects society. The same thing happens to cinema then.
See, I'll tell you what my experience is. Almost everything, every relationship in life, it deals with negotiation. Okay? And negotiation means two things, I feel. One is the ability to genuinely see the other person's point of view. I don't mean to agree with that, but to understand where that person is coming from. It might be from a position of fear, might be from a position of commerce, might going by certain precedents, etc. Once you know where the person is coming from, it becomes that much easier to negotiate. You may or may not win it. The other thing is what Alankrita speaks about, which I would say that when you go to a negotiation table, you should be prepared to walk off it, that if it crosses a certain line, and you should be clear that up to here I can negotiate, beyond this I am afraid I can't, because the theme itself is defeated of that. I'd add a third thing, once again, going by so many examples. You have to learn to be inventive about it. That I see your point of view, you go back, you twist it around in a certain way where you try to protect your theme as best as you can and yet be able to satisfy what that person is talking about. So I do feel, unless you are lucky, like somebody like Nagaraj Manjule comes out with a Sairat, okay, which dealt, in the first half, dealt starkly with caste. His earlier film, if you haven't seen, Fandry, which I would strongly recommend you see, because I found that a better film than this. Now the point is, Nagaraj, he'd come here, we'd called him, so I was moderating the session with him and Z. And I did raise a sharp point. Okay, the first half squarely deals with the conflict of caste and what they go through, particularly Pakya, the boy, because he's from the lower caste. Once they run away to the city, we lose sight of the caste conflict. Then we have more like a Romeo and Juliet or a Qayamat se Qayamat tak, two lovers who run away and they have to sort of eke out a living and their personal problems and all, until you come back to the climax where, of course, the whole thing takes over. I said, why do that? Why did you dilute it, as you're saying? He was frank enough here to say that I made Fandry, which was hugely appreciated, but remained restricted to festivals and didn't really go far. This time I had an apprehension that I don't want this to be like that. I want it to have a commercial release. Hence, he himself took a decision to dilute that, okay, and rob it, the story of the caste factor, the sharpness of the caste factor in the second half. It was made at a budget of 6 crore. It ended up doing a business of 100. And that paved the way also for Dhadak, Dhadak 2, etc. to come in. So somebody done that job for you. Nobody seemed to have the objection which I did, largely. I mean, none of the students, because it had done well and success shuts up everybody. I was a purist. But he said, no, I didn't want to go there at all. People make these, you call them a compromise, you call it negotiation, you call it you live to see another day. But the fact is, he was very clear that don't touch the first half. I will give you a palatable second half of just a romantic love story. These are the ways in which people learn to negotiate and survive, and Nagaraj survives. Okay, I'm afraid, it will be very interesting to take more questions from you because we are drawing some rather insightful responses from them, but we're also running out of time. So before they give their long and eloquent thank yous to you, let me personally thank each one of you for also that one message. And I got immediate responses from all of you. Yes, if this is the topic, we are coming. And if it's Whistling Woods, then we are definitely coming. Okay, so which I greatly appreciate. Deep sense of gratitude towards that.
We still have to end with the song.
And now, not just them, all of us have to sing, okay? Celebrate cinema hai Bharat ki kahaniyan. What are you, hungry or what? I mean, जोश नहीं है क्या? कब से गाना सुने जा रहे हो यार, लुत्फ ले रहे हो? अभी उसका कुछ पेबैक होना चाहिए कि नहीं? और तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो? You clapped. You have to sing. Do what you love at Whistling Woods. Okay, thank you very much.
What an incredible session that was. Let's hear it once again for our amazing panelists, for inspiring us, challenging us, and reminding us why we all love the movies. And of course, our most wonderful moderator, Mr. Anjum Rajabalisa. We would like to invite Ms. Meghna Ghaipuri on stage to give a token of gratitude to our guests. Can everyone please stay seated? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Meghna, this is the last session ever that I'm moderating. What is this Ghar Ki Murgi Dal War? I don't get this. I mean, I did all the hard work. They do it on purpose to ensure that I don't come back again. I'm not coming back as the moderator, okay? No celebrate cinema for me.
Let's give it up to our wonderful moderator and the panelists.
We would like to extend our gratitude to our AI partners Adobe, Knowledge Partner the British Council, Outreach Partner Career Beam, Ticketing Partner District, Logistic Partners Ed Square, Gifting Partner IndieWall, Performing Arts Partner Bank of Baroda, Exhibition Partner Tuli Research Center for Indian Studies, Beverage Partner Nivas, and supported by Storage Partner Lacey by Seagate. We are deeply thankful for their constant support in making this festival impactful and inspiring. Our next panel is about film entertainment in the age of AI. This will begin shortly. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Love me.
for a greater purpose. Alongside celebrating the magic of storytelling, we are also addressing an urgent social cause, human trafficking. Through cinema and conversations, we hope to shed light on this issue and use the power of storytelling as a tool for awareness, empathy, and change. Moving on, Celebrate Cinema 2025 is made possible thanks to our incredible partners. We would like to extend our gratitude to our AI partner, Adobe, knowledge partner, the British Council, outreach partner, Career Beam, ticketing partner, District, logistics partner, Edge Square, gifting partner, Interwall, performing arts partner, Bank of Baroda, exhibition partner, Tully Research Center for India Studies, beverage partner, Nivas, and supported by storage partner, Lacey by Seagate. We are deeply thankful for their constant support in making this festival impactful and inspiring.
So, as we come together to learn, engage, and celebrate, let us also remember the responsibility that cinema carries to not only entertain but also to empower, enlighten, and bring the change.
With that, let's dive into Celebrate Cinema 2025, a festival where stories meet purpose.
And where we all come together to celebrate cinema like never before.
Let's take a look at a short audio visual about Whistling Woods and Celebrate Cinema.
On to our second panel today. The topic of discussion is filmed entertainment in the age of AI.
Let's meet the brilliant minds leading this transformation. Our first panelist is a visionary creator who is at the forefront of India's AI storytelling revolution, Ayushi Anand. Ayushi Anand is the co-founder and COO of Kalpanik Films, India's leading generative AI content studio, redefining storytelling through artificial intelligence. As the first Indian female entrepreneur featured on OpenAI and ChatGPT's official platforms, Ayushi represents the new era of creative tech leadership shaping the future of global entertainment. With over a decade in the media and entertainment industry, she bridges artistic creativity with cutting-edge AI, pioneering innovations that are transforming how stories are imagined, produced, and experienced. Under her leadership, Kalpanik Films has evolved from its 2013 digital agency roots into India's premier generative AI studio. Ayushi has led several industry fests, including Biraj Mein Rang, the world's first 100% AI-generated holy song, and Mohabbat, India's first AI-created track released by a major record label, featuring the virtual singer Vyom AI. Her experience spans both Hollywood and Bollywood productions, and she has forged strategic partnerships with T-Series, Zee Music Company, Saregama, and Tips, cementing Kalpanik's film's position as a trusted creative partner in the entertainment industry. Please join me in welcoming a visionary leader at the intersection of art, technology, and storytelling, Ayushi Anand.
Our next speaker is redefining the future of filmmaking in India through technology and creativity. Please welcome Mr. Kiran Tali. Fondly known as KT, founder and CEO of Hope FX, a pioneering virtual production and VFX company. With over a decade of experience, KT has evolved from a VFX artist into a creative, with over a technologist bridging the gap between a director's vision, a cinematographer's frame, and the final visual output. Under his leadership, Hope FX has collaborated with leading brands and filmmakers from Air India and Tata to Maddox Films and Bharat Bala Films, while also nurturing future talent at Whistling Woods International. At the forefront of AI-driven, real-time filmmaking, he's gamifying the creative process and transforming how stories are brought to life. Please join me in welcoming a true innovator and Whistling Woods alumnus, Kiran Tali.
It is a pleasure to introduce Mandar Natika, co-founder and CEO of Neural Garage, a deep tech startup redefining media with its proprietary AI solution, Visual Dub. With over 2 decades of leadership at Viacom 18, Sony Entertainment Television, and Turner International, Mandar blends industry insight with visionary innovation. Under his guidance, Neural Garage became the first Gen AI startup to deliver a fully lip-synced film, which was War 2 for Yash Raj Films, and pioneered the category of visual dubbing with credits on Kesari 2 and Special Ops 2. Recognized globally by Forbes, Variety, and SXSW's 2025 winner in the entertainment, content, and media category, Mandar stands as a leading advocate for founder-led innovation and responsible AI. Please join me in welcoming the trailblazing Mandar Natika.
Moving on to our next panelist, please welcome Mr. Raghu Nayak, an award-winning filmmaker and creative entrepreneur, and a Whistling Wood alumnus with over 12 years in directing, producing, and editing film, ads, web series. A Whistling Woods valedictorian, he has worked with leading studios like Roy Kapoor Films, Red Chillies Entertainment, RSVP, and Geo. Mr. Nayak is the founder of Fee Motion Pictures and Warwick, which is the AI-first studio where he blends cinematic storytelling with cutting-edge AI. His projects have premiered at Cannes, NFDC Film Bazaar, and global AI film festivals. And he is also the founding member of the London-based Wonder app for AI filmmakers. Welcome home again, Raghu.
Moderating this session, we have our very own Vice President and Business Head, Chief Technology Officer, and Head of Emerging Media at Whistling Woods International, Mr. Chaitanya Chinchalikar, sir. He has been leading innovation and tech development in the filmed entertainment space for over 15 years now, including pioneering several new programs and initiatives in education. A few weeks ago, he was invited to join the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences, the body behind the famed Oscar Awards. He has also served on the Global Board of Governors of the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers, SMPTE. Over the past decade, he has contributed significantly to public policy for both education and filmed entertainment in India, in addition to being a strategic advisor to several startups in the M&E, technology, and education verticals. Please welcome all of our panelists for today. Can we please play the AV?
We're doing reels for all of them first, so you just get a sense of what their work is.
If you don't stop right now, I am going to get you disbarred.
अगर आप तुरंत चुप नहीं हुए, मैं आपको डिसबार कर दूंगा।
India is the largest user of UPI. India is the largest user of OPI. और इन UPI users का डेटा NPTI यानी National Payment Department of India के सर्वर्स पर स्टोर और इन OPI users का डेटा NBDI यानी National Banking Department of India के सर्वर्स पर स्टोर।
జాబ్ అప్లికేషన్ కోసం కాంట్రాక్టర్ మీకు నా ఆధార్ కార్డు కూడా ఇచ్చిందా? నా సత్తా చాలా సింపుల్. నువ్వు నాకు పేరు చెప్పు, నేను నీకు ఆ సవాన్ని ఇస్తా. ఒక టెర్రర్ గ్రూప్కి ఇంతకన్నా ఏం కావాలి? లూత్రా వీడియో రా కింద పంపించారు.
Here's a crazy idea. What if you could cut your ad budget and still reach more customers? Sounds backwards? Welcome to the world of AI filmmaking. At Vorik, we use cutting-edge AI to create ad films that look like blockbusters, without the blockbuster budgets. Big VFX, surreal sets, impossible action, now possible. So instead of one expensive ad, you can now make 3 powerful campaigns. And to every new brand, every startup in Paruth, you don't need a film studio in Mumbai to launch like the big sharks. You need Vorik. We bring cinema-grade storytelling to your brand, fast, futuristic, and affordable. Whether you're scaling up or breaking out, Vorik is your unfair advantage. This is not the future. This is now. Vorik, the AI-first studio. Make your brand fly above the rest.
So what else do you think is going to happen? Vorik?
Thank you, guys. Yeah, that's done. That was the session. Kidding. So what we're going to do is this is going to get kind of broken up into 2 or 3 parts. One is I'm going to do a 20-minute overview on AI to help people understand where it is right now. And a little bit gyan, if you want to use that word, about how you should approach it. Then we're going to do individual structured deep dives into 4 or 5 areas which each of these people represent, and they're kind of stalwarts in those areas, which are all successful business models. The conversation, the main point of the conversation about this thing is how do you make sure AI goes above above generative AI and above it being just a portfolio piece. Right? How do you actually build business models around it? So that's where the kind of the main point of the conversation is going to be. And then after that, we'll do an open Q&A. Good? Okay. Can we switch to this? Okay. So let's understand this first. This is a hype cycle. Any new technology that gets launched in the world follows the hype cycle. It has 5 stages: innovation trigger, peak of inflated expectations, trough of disillusionment, slope of enlightenment, and plateau of productivity. all technologies that launch go through this process. Some go through it very quickly, maybe in a year or two. Some take 15, 20 years. And you need to understand where some of the tech related to various emerging tech is, including AI, so that you don't assume that when the technology is at the peak of inflated expectation and there is so much hype around it, you don't assume that that's what it is meant for, because there is always hype. In the evolution of emerging tech, there is always a time when the whole world is running around thinking that this is going to cure cancer, right? And it's not. It never is, almost. But yes, it does have a very important place in society, and it will continue to be there. So I'm going to very, very quickly take you through a few slides just to help you understand history of this. Now, so this is the hype cycle for emerging tech in 2016, which is 9 years ago. So anybody thinks that AI was created or existed only when OpenAI launched ChatGPT, they're completely incorrect. 50% of the things that you see on screen are related to what today would be called AI. Whether it's machine intelligence, whether it's big data, whether it's so many things that you see here are, let's do this a little bit so you understand. Everything from machine learning to autonomous vehicles to even general purpose machine intelligence, which is later on got redefined as what we now want to call AGI. Now, each of these has had an evolution. So from less than 2 years, 2 to 5, 5 to 10, more than 10. This is a public document. This is available on Gartner website. So anybody can look at it. Each year they release one. So you also understand what kind of life cycle each various tech goes through. So it helps you understand this. So I'm just very quickly going to go through this. You can refer to it on your own later. So 2017, this is where we were. 2018, see 2017 virtual reality had already come out of the trough of disillusionment and had kind of gotten onto the slope of enlightenment. So people had stopped saying things like, oh, nobody will go to the cinemas anymore. Everybody will be sitting in their house with a headset on their face, which is what people really used to tell me in 2015 and 2016. It was hilarious. But, you know, it actually happened. 2018, 2019. Now, 2019, 2018. Yeah, 2018 is an interesting because just look at this one. It says Artificial General Intelligence, AGI. Can you see it? Yeah. AGI, and it says more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years of before it hits the maturity. In 2023, it still showed more than 10 years. So it's not like every tech moves very fast through the hype cycle. It could take decades. And then there are some which very quickly go up and down. Like NFTs, it literally in 2 years, it was innovation trigger, peak of inflated expectations, trough of disillusionment, it's gone now. So this will help you kind of get a good sense of where it is. Now in 2023 was kind of an inflection point where so much AI was happening that Gartner actually released a separate hype cycle just for AI 2 years ago. And generative AI was obviously at the peak of inflated expectations. This is where everybody was running around completely scared. Ke boss, sabka naukri jayega, everybody will have to become a plumber. And you know, AI will do everything. I actually want AI to do my plumbergiri so I can focus on art. I want AI to do my laundry and all those shit things. Anyway, so this is 24. This is what it is as of now, 2025. This was launched a week ago or so by Gartner. So if you look at the hype cycle for AI right now, generative AI is already halfway down the slope from its 2023 peak to by 26 or 27, 26 is when it'll probably hit the trough of disillusionment. When the $4 trillion that have been invested into Gen AI, people start to figure out that, you know, what's the actual recovery going to be and whether all of us put together are willing to subscribe and pay for channels and platforms that will create Gen AI content. I don't know. I don't see it happening, but I really don't know. Maybe we will. Like Mandar says, his 14-year-old son really doesn't care whether it's generative or live action content. If it's good entertainment, he'll watch it. So who knows, maybe it'll be a success story. But this is where we are right now. Right now, if you actually see a lot of these things, model distillation, knowledge graphs, cloud AI services, they've come through the trough of disillusionment. They're becoming normal now, which is a good thing. Because, finally we've started to understand what distillation is, what models are, and, everybody's not on the, LLM. And sorry, I'm assuming that y'all people know stuff about AI. हाँ, तो थोड़ा technical होगा, ज़्यादा नहीं, थोड़ा. But by education, I'm a chartered accountant, so if I can get it, everybody can get it very easily. Okay, so now the main questions. How do we approach AI for filmed entertainment? And the question to ask is, we basically have three aspects. First is the selfish one. We are all selfish. I am very much. How can AI help me? तुम मेरे लिए क्या कर सकते हो? Right? मैं क्यों तुमको time दूँ? Second is, okay, तुम मेरे लिए कुछ कर सकते हो, मैं तुम्हारी कैसे मदद? How can I help you? Help me. And the third is, where's the money at? Right? There is a fourth question, but you guys don't really care about it. We care about it at Whistling Woods, is how do we change the way we teach? Right? But we're basically going to focus on these three questions right now. So, how can AI help me? And for each one of us, the answer is actually different. And you have to go down to the first principles of AI fundamentals to figure out how AI will help you. So you need to go down to first principle, workflows and problem solving. And this is where I want to specifically talk about. Now, don't look at the right-hand side, just look at the left-hand side. The left-hand side are generic tools and functions which work across any industry. And this is where I want you to understand that our media and entertainment industry is not कोई निराली industry नहीं है दुनिया से. We are not different from the world. What AI is doing in other industries, it will also do in ours. But just the application is different. So visual AI is used for those of you who are Whistling Woods students or staff and faculty. When you come into Whistling Woods, there is a facial scan based attendance system. That is visual AI. It's computer vision, right? But it's also used in photogrammetry, and it's also used in the fantastic part we saw in Katie's reel on Gaussian splatting. So prompt engineering, AI simulation. AI simulation is used in many ways outside. For us, animation people use it for storyboarding. Filmmakers use it in storyboarding. It is simulation. Autonomics, AI services, interoperability, compliance. Every time there is a cigarette on screen, we're supposed to have that no smoking wala thing. I don't see a human doing that anymore. They're just going to run the entire film through a AI visual detector, and it's going to detect, is there a cigarette? It'll just give you an EDL out saying, ye EDL hai, please isme insert kar do. Finished. If it's a slightly more complicated visual thing where you're, like for example, in the Middle East, you have to blur the bottles, labels on all the alcohol bottles. It'll give you a blur map. Literally, it'll give you a blur map. We can just drag and drop in your edit thing to sit on top of your content, which blurs it out. So the whole point is that what is happening in one industry is also happening in other industries, right? So for filmmaking, again, this is just an indicative list. This is no way exhaustive because it changes every minute, literally. Because every minute, Mandar is launching a new tool and Raghu is doing something new and Ayushi is doing something new, so things are going to change, right? So this is an indicative. So where is the use in ideation and script writing? Where is the use in storyboarding and design? In post-production and VFX, virtual production, distribution and outreach. AI for video game design. I just picked out topics because I can't go to all 64 kalas in the media and entertainment industry. We'll be here for 3 days. So for video game design. Now, historically, video game design has actually been one of the oldest adopters of AI. I mean, NPC, the whole concept of NPC is kind of based on AI. Because it's the non-playing characters responding to the human, to the input. And there is some kind of algorithmic structure that's built into the response which makes it feel like सिर्फ मेरे से ऐसे बात करता है, किसी और से अलग बात करता है, right? And that's just one. So, everything from game balancing to retention strategy to making sure that there is, de-addiction, that you're not getting addicted to it and kind of build in safeguards to, just good quality procedural content generation, a lot of these things. AI for advertising, emotional intelligence, neuromarketing applications, ways of seeing, understanding cognitive science and then kind of building that into your content. Fan-generated content integration. If a fan creates an outstanding piece, can I real-time integrate it into my video? So many other options are possible, right? So this is just a snapshot. I mean, this is huge, and everybody needs to sit and make their own list, honestly. Because, like we were sitting in and there was a podcast that Mark Cuban was on yesterday, there are only two kinds of people in the world, those who know AI and those who don't have a job. So, yeah, it's like the internet. So now we come to the second question, which is, how can I help AI help me? See, at the end of it, I'm selfish, right? Everything is me. So, okay, if I have to help AI help me, yeah, okay, ठीक है, कर लेंगे. थोड़ी सी मेहनत कर लेंगे. So, broadly, there's a lot of work that kind of model builders need to do, but there's also some amount of work that users need to do. Accurate DLA, data labeling and annotation, especially if your content is going to go back into training data. Try and do so the more detailed metadata you put into the video you upload on YouTube, the better the quality of VO. Because VO trains on YouTube data and other Google data. Right? The more metadata you put on an image that you upload on whatever, Google something, the better the quality. Right? And it's all boom, 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 drops. It's all drops. But the better quality drops that all of us drop into the ocean, that is the internet, the better quality content comes out. Till 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, Adobe Firefly, if you put in Indian woman, almost 30% of the times it would show a red Indian woman, like a Native American woman. And then we got like, what the hell? Because, Whistling was India's largest rollout of Adobe. So we said, what do you need? And he said, we need Indian training data. So we gave them all our student films, saying, please take. And now it's close to zero. If you type Indian woman, you get an Indian woman. Now the bigger thing is localization. If I want Tulu woman, right? Indian woman who's not just from Karnataka, but from Tulu. So until there is enough metadata tagged image and video of a woman from that region, how will the internet know? How will the model know? So it's up to us. Right? Second is first principles AI. It doesn't understand physics. So especially those of you who work in Unreal and game engines know this. You put up a wall, unless you give it physics, the meta-human can just walk through the wall. Right? Which is kind of stupid, but computers are stupid. So, causal AI, interoperability rules. Interoperability rules are super important. And as all of you start to build agents, and trust you me, everybody will build agents. Right? I don't think there will be another person in the world who will not have agents, their own agents that they will build, because it's becoming so simple. It's drag and drop. Literally a 6-year-old could do it. You will need to start rules of multi-agent systems, because your agent will interact with his agent, will interact with somebody else's agent. So you need to understand these things. It's already happening. I mean, I tell Alexa to order, to add something to my Amazon cart. It's two agents that are talking to each other at the back end, right? With authentication of metadata that I'm giving. Knowledge graphs, same thing, machine-readable representations of the physical and digital world. ये थोड़ा techy है, तो ignore करो उसको, right? But है, important है. The last two are obviously super important. So if there is no trust, if there is no risk management, there is nothing. And by the way, I don't know how many of you saw the news yesterday, but the Election Commission of India has banned the use of, has mandated zero AI use in any video, in any campaign material for the Bihar elections. Zero. Right? No ke banao or declare karo, don't not use. Because it's almost impossible to detect it right now because it's still kind of coming together, the content provenance rules. And we'll talk more about that later. Okay, so impact of AI on job roles. We're on time. So, see, there is nothing negative here. It's only positive. It is either assisting, or it is enhancing, or it is revolutionizing. Enough of negative talk. There is no thing, sar pakde ke baith gaye, hi, meri naukri chali gayi. It will help you to just continue doing what you're doing. It will help you to grow what you're doing and do it better, or it will help you to completely revolutionize how you're doing things. Like, for example, I don't think another human will ever do rotoscopy again. Thank God for that. Those of you who don't know, on a construction site, that person who's carrying that gamela on their head with the dirt, that is the digital equivalent of a human doing rotoscopy. And thankfully, that will never happen again. Right? Because machine will do that. So, and again, the interesting thing is right now, this is where we are for some of these functions. This changes literally every day because new models are getting launched every day. Okay, now let's look at, again, I'm going to go through a very quick round of, boss, idhar aane do na usko, kya kar rahe ho? Piche? Karo. So, because I don't want them to like turn around. Just quick round of skill sets. I'll stick this up on my LinkedIn so you can download it. So don't worry if it's going too fast. I want to give more time to these people to chat, right? So screenwriting and direction. What are the tools that are out there right now, which we've just kind of cataloged, right? Cinematography, what's out there? I'm really getting into specific user skill sets now. So, something as auto LUTs, like LUTs, you actually have very good AI tools for LUTs right now. Editing. Adobe Scene Extender is like, I don't know, little drops of heaven. I'm not saying it because they're sponsoring us, really. Long before they were sponsoring us, I was saying that. Text-based editing. Those of you who work in text a lot, text-based editing in Premiere Pro, gift from the heavens. Visual effects, right? So auto-roto and other things. Animation and gaming. These are some of the things. Animation and gaming actually is a lot. So at least, like, I had 2 slides full of animation and gaming. And then this is just generic stuff. And now we come to the most important question, where the money at? Because agar ye nahi hai, to fir kuch nahi hai. So, what I've taken the liberty of doing is breaking this down into 4 blocks. And on the top, there is how much tech input, how much human input. At the bottom, there is the work that's actually being done in the industry. And at the bottom is the consumer expectations. And as you can see, typically, work being done jahan sabse zyada hai, consumer expectations wahan sabse kam hai. Whereas consumer expectations are most high in the tier 1, where there is literally no work being done, close to nil. Right? So if you look at tier 4, news aggregation, all your news aggregation apps are some form of AI. But you're not really opening it up and thinking, oh, wow, I'm interacting with AI. You're not. So chances are low that you'll be willing to pay for an app just because it's got AI. Right? Or compression, encryption. Nobody cares how the compression and encryption is happening except for the people actually doing it. There is zero consumer expectations and there is zero consumer value that is going to come in because it's AI-based compression or AI-based encryption. Captioning, you just go to YouTube and just hit that CC like it's our janam sid adhikar ke wo aana chahiye. Right? But wo nahi, there's a lot of work happening at the back, right? You don't really care. Tomorrow YouTube comes and says, you pay me whatever, $50 or I won't give you closed captioning. You'll be like, no, I'm not paying for that. Social media content, right? That's the social media content that YouTube has said we will not monetize anymore. I could literally go onto a platform now and say make me a video of the top 5 beach destinations of the world. And there will be some platform that will make me a 5-minute video which I can instantly upload onto YouTube by doing nothing. That's the stuff that YouTube is not monetizing anymore. Not if you put little bit AI into your thing. That you will continue to monetize. Tier 3, promos. 50-60% of promos today are done using AI. Press kits, audiobooks. If you just go onto Audible, you'll see the plurality of audiobooks that come out. 90% of them are being done using AI. Except it's like a very, very high brand book and there's like high profile and someone's voice and Mr. Bachchan is speaking or whatever, then it will be some human. Otherwise, AI. AI-enabled short films. As of now, they are unfortunately portfolio pieces, right? Which people are using as calling cards in order to get work, which is fine. But I don't see a short film app subscription-based thing that's going to start where people are suddenly going to start subscribing to watch AI-enabled short fiction content. I may be wrong, but I don't see that happening. Tier 2, this is where the fun is at. This is where the money is. This is where each of the people here, we've kind of called them specifically to talk about this, right? So first one is visual AI for mocap. And we'll show you each of these to understand. Second is content repurposing and visual dub, which is what we saw on the reel, which is what Mandar is also doing. There's ad films, there's music videos, and there's kids animation. Right? So let's start with the first one, and then what I'll do is I'll kind of do a quick AV playback of this, and then we'll bring in them to talk in detail about it. Yeah. So visual AI for mocap. Kitty, you're up. So this is a video that's shot in our emerging media lab. Those of you who've roamed around have seen it. This is Aman. Is Aman in the audience? No, he's in the... Are you here, Aman? Okay. Is that Aman saying no? Okay, so just watch him. This is him in the lab. And you can see he's not wearing any suit. There are no markers on him. There is nothing going on, and he's trying to do PT, and that thing is doing PT with him. Almost real time. Yeah, there's no audio, so don't worry. It gets fingers, it gets all that. So it gets turnarounds, it's getting all this. This is complicated stuff, right? To be able to do this in markerless way, without any infrared sensors and suits, which costs thousands and thousands of dollars, complicated. So this is the kind of workflow, if you want to talk about this. And what I want to do now is have Kiran talk about this. And then I also want him to talk about another thing which they've been doing a lot, which is using AI to generate virtual production backgrounds. So over to you.
Hello, hi. Okay, so I'll just point out what the problem is right now and how we have figured out a solution or a jugaad, whatever you want to call it, to fix this problem. So animation in general is a very tedious, time-taking process. If you have ever done animation, you might know it is a very time-taking process. The artist has to sit and has to manipulate each and every bone in the body to create a character's pose. So that takes a lot of time, and of course that costs a lot of money for the studio as well. Earlier, everything was done manually. Every keyframe was generated manually, and so it is not a viable option. So to tackle that problem, motion capture was created. They were doing some mechanical motion capture before, and then we moved on to optical motion capture, which is with the retro-reflective dots that we put on the body. If you have seen some BTS for Avatar, or recently last year we did Munja, for which we had a motion capture system, and the whole character was captured completely for the whole film using mocap. And that is also a very tedious process, I would say, and it takes a lot of calibration, a lot of time, a lot of calculation goes behind it to just get the proportions right for the characters. For example, if I am at a specific height and the character is supposed to be a little bigger, for example. So one step I take in real world for the height of the character, the step will be a much bigger step. So that is one of the key problems of mocap right now, to just fix the scale. So with optical systems, it is a little precise, but it also requires a big setup and a big budget and a big studio. So it's not viable for small studios to do motion capture using that. To tackle that problem, we have created a solution, and using open source pose libraries and stuff, we have created a AI motion capture system which basically detects the person, and it understands where the elbows and the knee joints are, and using that data, it does some fancy math in the background, and it retargets and creates a digital skeleton using that. So whatever pose you're making will be the pose that the digital avatar will also be making. And that basically reduces a whole lot of time which is spent during the post-production part of a film while animating characters and stuff. So this is the solution that we have right now. With this solution, it has become much more easier to capture data. You just need a normal RGB camera. It can be a phone, which is the source, like the sensor. And on the back end, it is generally taking the positional information for the character and creating the digital avatar. This has made the whole process much more easier. Now our iterations are much more faster, and now right now, interestingly, like when we were shooting Munja as well, we did the whole film in optical motion capture, but there was some key shots which was not possible for us to capture using an actual stunt guy. So what we did was we took some videos of some monkey swinging, and it has a humanoid anatomy, and using that video, we reprocessed the video so that we got that exact motion of swinging that we are looking for. And in that was a very pre-stage that during that time it was not so easy to do AI motion capture. So we processed each and every frame, and we created a series of animation with that.
The one thing that he didn't tell you that is the underlying, see, everybody talks about cost, right? Underlying cost. There is some cost for everything, but actually it's ingenuity. The pose estimation core, which is there, is I think what, just $200?
Yeah.
Is just $200 one time, and you have access to the pose estimation algorithm and the data. Everything else that they've done is built on top of that, right? So don't think about सब कुछ महंगा है. Hey, some things are, but some things aren't. Focus on ingenuity.
Yeah. Honestly, the pose estimation algorithm is open source. It's free. It's the wrapper that you're paying, you're paying for. So it's technically free. You can, if you can set it up, you can set it up for free. Other than this, other than the motion capture bit, we also focus on creating workflows and pipelines using AI. So the idea behind this is we don't want to change the filmmaking process. There are actors who are not ready to like give out their face to regenerate their performance, at least not right now. So what we also focus on is creating digital environments using AI. So we create multiple images using generative AI for any structure. Let's say for this panel, if we are planning to make this chair, we create an image of the chair, and we create, using those images, we process it, create multi-angle images, and we create a 3D model using it. And even this used to take a lot of time when traditionally an artist has to create something like this. It would take from multiple hours to it can take multiple days for a single model for someone to create. Right now, it just takes only 30 seconds. Using this technology, we create a lot of digital environments which we use as a backdrop for virtual production, which can be projected on LED walls, which can be used as a replacement for green screen, etc., etc. So that is basically the problem.
So I also wanted to talk about the business model around it. So for example, if say you're a YouTube creator and you want to have a video of yourself having a conversation with a robot, all you need to do is subscribe to the markerless mocap tool, and sitting at home you can do that. You don't need high-end bodysuits, reflective markers, IR sensors. You don't need any of that. Right? So it's suddenly democratized motion capture. Same thing for virtual backgrounds. Create virtual backgrounds. If you want to do a small budget, chota, literally for a birthday party music video, if you want to just have a green screen at the back and just set that whole birthday party thing happening on Mars, you can literally do it in your house by having a very, very simple virtual background created using AI. Right? So try and look at where the business model is and where it's going. Anything else you want to add, Katie?
Yeah, just one last thing that we can also do, which really has helped us out with saving a lot of shoots, is creating digital doubles of the sets that people are shooting in. So a set is created, it's demolished after the shoot is done, and if you have messed up during shooting, then reshooting in the same environment will cost you a lot if you have to recreate that set. So what is the solution to that is we generally scan the whole environment and we create a digital double of the same environment, which the process is called Gaussian splatting. And with that process, we save a lot of time, and in case of mess-ups, we can do reshoots in the same exact environment which was there on set. So that has saved production a lot of pain. And that is one good thing I would say for scanning. It has come a long way. The original techniques had a lot of limitations. You couldn't scan reflective objects like glasses and stuff. Right now, we can create a one-to-one digital double, and that's just because we have AI. Yeah.
Okay, let's move to the next one. So content repurposing and visual dub. So you saw some of the visual dub examples in the reel that was played out for Neural Garage. I'm going to play back 2 specific videos, and because they're longer, I'm kind of going to just scrub along them. So you understand that this has got nothing to do with language. It has got nothing to do with, oh, I have the raw data, so I can do it. Right? It's a fantastic opportunity to create value, especially in a country like India, where we have library content, about 4,000, 5,000 excellent films in about 12, 15 languages. Imagine if you could see natively, and since Sanju's coming later today, and Jackie, imagine if you could natively see Khalnayak in Tamil, with all the actors speaking in Tamil and in their voices, and it looking like they're speaking in Tamil. Imagine the business model that exists there, where the next time the film goes up for satellite deals, we can go and split it out, right? So while, yes, Kesari 2 and War, and which is live, which is right now, but there's also library content. And the reason why I clubbed the 2 together, because the business model exists across the board. It actually goes back into history. So this one is which one? Oh yeah.
आनंदगिरी चलते हैं మాల్ పోయాలో వ్యూ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ పోయాలో ವ್ಯೂ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ పోలా
ನಂದಿ ಹಿಲ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ
व्यू पॉइंट की వెళ్దాం सिंहगढ़ चले
प्लान बनाने के पहले बैटरी देख 65 किलोमीटर है नंदगिरी
ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೋ 65 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ನದಿ ಹಿಲ್ಸ್
चलो यार नौका नहीं प्लान बैटरी नहीं मूड देख के बनाया जाता है
ట్రీ చూసుకొని కాదు మూడ్ చూసుకొని వేసుకోవాలి
So, 4 Indian languages where the original is just shot in one, right? Now, so basically the marketing head of this thing, of this company has got 4 ads for the price of 1. Let's look at another one. This is slightly long, so I'm going to scrub it. Everybody has seen this scene.
They're links in a chain, the work of a single organization, the syndicate. A rogue nation, trained to do what we do, imbued with a new sense of purpose, destroy the system that created them, regardless of who's in the way.
Son eslabones de una cadena, la obra de una sola organización, el sindicato. Una nación secreta que intenta hacer lo que nosotros, pero con otro sentido de propósito. Destruir ese sistema que los inventó, sin importar quién les estorbe.
Ce sont les maillons d'une chaîne, l'œuvre d'une seule organisation, le syndicat. Une nation dissidente, entraînée à faire ce que nous faisons, imprégnée d'un idéal tout à fait nouveau. Détruire le système qui les a formés, sans s'occuper de qui est sur leur chemin.
There's German, and then there is Hindi.
श्रृंखला की कड़ियां हैं, एक ही संगठन का काम है, सिंडिकेट का। एक गद्दार मुल्क जो वही करते हैं जो हम करते हैं, जिनका एक नया मकसद है, उस सिस्टम को खत्म करना जिसने इन्हें बनाया था, फिर चाहे रास्ते में कोई भी क्यों ना।
全てつながってるある一つの組織が起こしたんだシンジケートがならず者国家だよ我々同様特殊な訓練を受けた集団だ今の世界の体制を壊そうとしている奴らは手段を選ばない
Yeah, lights. So, Mandar, this is clearly not, language is not the underlying source of this, right? There is some other way where you can take both existing content and repurpose it, as well as if you're part of the original content creation workflow. So talk a little bit about the structure and the process and what's the underlying thing, right? How has this happened?
Okay, so it began with me and my co-founders sharing a common love for cinema and believing that language should not be a barrier to enjoying good cinema. So imagine, and it began with a Korean film in English, audio sucks, right? Looks very horrible. So can we solve for that? And it all started from there. So the core problem that we wanted to solve is lack of sync and dub content. It began from there. And then you guys would know that there are so many lip sync models in open source. So, but we realized that none of those work on theatrical quality content. They are largely meant for digital quality. When you talk theatrical quality, for example, I'll use some industry terms, but for example, the outputs need to be EXR compatible. They need to preserve the resolution of the shoot from an IMAX camera to a 2K camera. When we speak, it is not just our lips that move, but there are those smile lines, the dimples, the neck muscles, the Adam's apple, the lines under the eyes, micro muscles in your cheeks. So all of them need to transform in a way to give a natural output and which can look good on the big screen. So we decided to build our own model that incorporates all of that. And that really is the base of our algorithm. But what really is the heart of it is something called as a phoneme-viseme map. So when we speak, for example, whether you speak French or Spanish or German or Hindi or Sanskrit or any language, the lowest bit of a sound is something called as a phoneme. And every phoneme has a corresponding lip shape, which is a viseme. And these are universal across languages. And for example, if I say mother, ma, Mehbooba, Madrid, at ma I have to close my lips. I'm giving an example. So what our core algorithm has learned is this very unique phoneme-viseme mapping. And that really is the heart of a patent, which allows us to build technology that is language agnostic. Doesn't matter what language, as long as it is made with sound, it works. The second part is, for example, Chaitanya spoke about hype, right? Everything leads to hype and innovation, and then once you do it, then you want to look at the next big thing. But what really sustains, you've realized, is what I call the toothpaste phenomena. Whether you do anything else in the day, but pretty much 99% of the people will wake up in the morning and brush their teeth with toothpaste. So what we realize that when we talk about the entertainment industry, there are some common problems that exist across the globe, not just in Bollywood, for example, or Indian cinema. That's the right term, I'm sorry. One is a lack of sync when you localize. Second is, for example, you cannot imagine how many times people shoot and they realize they've shot the wrong dialogue or the wrong script. It happens more often than you can imagine. Right now we're working on large projects by big directors. And
or where the performance is great, the actor has misspoken one word.
Yes, yes.
And you're like, oh my God, I wish I could.
So the only option in all these cases is to reshoot, right? And can you imagine the cost of reshoot? Forget the actor's time. The cost of their makeup artist and hairdresser is phenomenal. So what Visual Dub really does is solves these very, what I call as toothpaste problems, which are the daily problems that the industry has, which is lack of sync, dialogue correction, and sometimes what happens is, imagine a scene where there's Shah Rukh Khan, there's Ayushi, and there's me, and there's a scene being shot, right? And excellent scene, but SRK makes a mistake. You shoot again. But what if I make a mistake? Okay, wo koi maaf nahi karega. But then you still have to reshoot. But imagine when you sit, you can just say, oh, I got the expression, screw it. In post-production, I'll correct it with Visual Dub. The third part is democratization of casting. Today we cast only those actors in your film who know the language. But now this, for example, in War, whilst Junior NTR sir knows obviously Telugu, but the movie was filmed only in Hindi. Multilingual, single language shoot. In Telugu, even Junior NTR sir's scenes were dubbed. And then they were lip-synced using our technology. So technology can democratize casting also now in a very big way. And last but not the least, we are releasing something CC very soon. It's crossed the research pipeline. Is and again an industry problem where most directors have spoken to say that actors have a limited range of expression. And sometimes you have to live with it, right? Wo banda nahi emote kar sakta, especially new actors. So what you see, have you heard of auto-tune in music? Imagine an auto-tune of expressions that can go on the big screen. Imagine how it can democratize acting, expressions, emotions in post-production. Now you don't need to shoot 10 times in the hope that you might get that expression. Yeah. Right? So these are some of the things which now technology can lend itself to. And because we've built a model ourselves, we can control everything that goes with it.
What's the real-timeness of this? Like, for example, if I have to do a dub, say, 20 minutes, how long does it take approx?
So typically, you will get the first results right now as a factor of 10. So 20 minutes, so into 10 is 200
minutes. So about 3 hours.
For you to get, But then, because this model right now in its form is very easily inferenceable, you can keep checking for feedback and get it perfect.
So perfect is what? Another factor of 10?
I would say possibly half of that, because now you know what parts.
So about 500 minutes for, okay. So about 1,000 minutes for, which is quite good. I mean, you're saying real-time compute, in order to be able to do this real-time, you're saying compute is the holdback, which will take another 2 years.
Compute is the constraint, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
cool.
absolutely.
So basically, I could be standing, talking in English, and you could be watching a video on your phone of me talking in Hindi. Real time, almost real time. right? So he's expecting about 2 years to 3 years of compute.
Maybe faster, CC.
Maybe
the way things are going.
Maybe faster.
Maybe somebody's cracked it. It's just that we don't know.
If anybody's cracked it, contact him. But it's real time? Oh, okay.
But that's pretty much, it's creating an avatar and getting the avatar and all of that. So I will speak only on context of pre-shot footage with real actors, with no inhibitions of camera movements. Typically, these models need people to be face to camera. But when you shoot a film, and you guys are all prospective filmmakers, there are camera angles, there are actor movements, there are camera movements, there is lighting, there is VFX, there is background, there are other people in the scene. So these are very complex structures which cannot be solved in a one-size-fits-all. So that what Meta, ByteDance, they have solved for is great for digital content influencers, but when it comes to filming, that's a whole new ball game.
So let's move to the next one, which is ad films, because we'll have to vacate soon. So again, I'm going to, because it's long, I'm going to kind of scrub through parts of it. But you'll get a sense of what it is that we're talking about. We've got a lot of reflections. You've got close-ups of humans. You've got, night shots. You have, again, close-ups. So you've got day shots, bright sun, lovely visuals, car doing funky things. Right? So, car inside, I don't know, whatever, Jaipur Palace. So, what we've done is, Raghu's actually prepared a workflow breakdown of this. And I'd like him to, you can do that. And I'd like him to take you through that. Raghu, quickly करना थोड़ा भगा देंगे नहीं तो हमको.
अच्छा जल्दी करेंगे. See, all right. Firstly, I'll focus on the ads itself, but I am a filmmaker, and my focus has always been to see how best I can tell my story, and I always try to push the AI tools to its limits to see what is really possible and what's not. And since one of the business models, I have been doing research in AI for more than 1.5 years. Initially focused on short films. In short films, you have a lot of limitations like character consistency, environment consistency. After all of that, I was looking for the business models that can really work in AI. And I was focused on ads because ads is a good space where we filmmakers can work on the side in ads and earn a lot of revenue. And in that ads, I could see AI VFX and complete ads that will happen with AI and are already happening. So in this one, we were exploring various ways of doing different car shots, which can be used as a spec ad for various different cars. And so very quickly, I will try to take you through the whole step. So the initial conceptualization and writing has been, mainly I try to write by myself, and I use all kinds of LLMs, whether it's ChatGPT, Gemini, to bounce ideas. And to reach, sometimes you have ideas, but it takes you a lot of time to reach a good synopsis, especially if you're working with some other clients and all. So these are the things that you can use to accelerate your work. So then you have, very quickly I'll go through that. Conceptualization and mood board you can create with tools like Midjourney, ChatGPT. Then you basically go for, there are two methods in AI filmmaking. You can go from text to image first, and then image to video. That'll be 2 steps. Or you can go directly from text to video. You can also do video to video, where you do, driving video that gives acting, All of these are used in this particular ad. So for the tools, one of the good things to do is one of the interesting tools. There are many tools out there. FreePick is a tool where it is an aggregator. You get a lot of different tools. So you can use different image generators, video generators, image editors. Just like FreePick, you have so many other tools also. I think OpenArt is one of them and few others. So this is a very good way because otherwise you'll have to purchase different tools separately. And each tool has a different ability. So for image generation, we have used tools like Flux, Context, Runway, Midjourney, Google Imagine. Each one has its own different things. Flux Context is good for realistic environments. Midjourney is good to explore stylized versions. So if you have ads and all of that, you might go there to explore. And Runway reference is good if you're using the same character. Like, for example, I get one image, but as a filmmaker, we want multiple angles of the same shot. So Runway reference is a great thing to take one shot, take different angles of the same shot, and then convert that image into video. So the next one is video generation. For video generation, tools used by Google VO3. Google VO3 is a great text-to-video tool. Then we also use Midjourney, Kling, Halo AI. And for editing, so basically, see, what I was exploring is like how we can push this AI tool. So every time I'm pushing the AI tools, I reach certain limitations. So one of the best ways to do this is to augment AI filmmaking with traditional tools. So wherever you are having a problem, especially this will help in ads because the directors are very anal, let's say, about what exactly they want. Okay, so you create an image. If you're the director, if you're the creative guy, you can say, okay, this is okay with me. But with a director, if you're working with some other directors, it'll be extremely difficult. So you need to have ability to edit these images or edit the videos. So you can use editing tools which are AI tools right now. You don't need to know Photoshop. Photoshop has a huge learning curve. Now you can use edit tools like FreePick AI or even Midjourney. There are other tools also. There is in-painting, out-painting tools. So various facilities that AI tools give which help you manipulate the image. And this is the most important part of filmmaking.
To interrupt, so two things. One, and I want you to say this, but I'll say this works for him. It may not work for everybody. There is no one way fits all. Just like everybody has their own way of filmmaking, everybody has their own decision making that you do in tools. Look at the iterations. It's 1:15 for images, 1:8 for videos. ये overnight नहीं होता. You can't wake up one morning and say, आज मैं AI ad film बनाऊंगा.
Yeah.
Right? So understand that reality. There is a huge reality that is linked into that. When people say it's easy, it's not.
Yeah,
it's as difficult, takes longer. Yeah, okay, costs less. Because, there's no studio booking.
No, it's important to know this because when you are making ads or even doing AI work for other ads, they will ask you for a cost. You need to know how much actually time you're going to spend. And especially when you're working with directors, so this ad, let's say it had a ratio of 1:15 for images. I did one ad where I had to do only 4 images. I made more than 350 images to actually reach the exact thing what the director wanted.
And
so
remember, he's a trained filmmaker, so he understands what to write in the prompt. So if you're just about one and you're not yet one, you will spend even more time. Right? So factor that in when you think and look at ads. It's the same thing.
Okay, so I'll quickly jump to that thing.
I have to move to the next one.
All right.
Sorry, I want Ayushi to have her 5 minutes as well. So this is the music video.
बिरज में रंग उड़ाया कन्हैया कैसा जुलम कर डाला कैसा जुलम कर डाला कन्हैया कैसा जुलम कर डाला गोपियों संग बरजोरी है गुइया गोपियों संग बरजोरी कोरी ये गुइया राधा की चूनर कोरी एक पल में रंग डाला कन्हैया कैसा जुल्म कर डाला ब्रिज में रमन अरे आओ रे रंग जाओ रे आओ फागुन की मस्ती में भीग जाओ रे
So, Aishi, over to you. Come.
हेलो
Yeah.
आवाज आ रही है
Yeah.
कैसा लगा
Okay, so the song is also AI.
यस ठीक है
There is nothing in this video that is
नॉट एआई
human, whatever.
इट्स ह्यूमन या सो तुम लोग को लगता है क्या ऐसा कि लाइक हम एक लिरिक्स लिखेंगे एंड एआई को देंगे और वो गाना चालू कर देगा ऐसा होता है क्या लाइक डिड यू गाइस ट्राइड नो ओके तो सीन क्या है कि हम सब में एक चीज़ कॉमन है वो है क्या सिनेमा ठीक है हम सब सिनेमा जीते हैं हम सब सिनेमा करते हैं सो अभी जो आपने गाना देखा उसमें मैं इस गाने को इसलिए बना पाई बिकॉज मेरा बैकग्राउंड सिनेमा है मुझे एक्टिंग की परख है मैंने डायरेक्शन किया है इसलिए मैं ये बना सकती हूँ जो आप भी बना सकते हो सो AI इज़ जस्ट अ टूल विच यू गाना यूज़ एंड मेक योर थिंग्स एंड योर क्रिएटिविटी गो वास्ट कोई लिमिटेशंस नहीं है लेकिन इन सब चीज़ों को करने के लिए तुम्हें सिनेमा आना चाहिए तुम्हें एक्टिंग आना चाहिए और तुम सब बहुत लकी हो जो यहाँ बैठे हो और ये चीज़ जानते हो लाइक इवन आई वॉन्टेड टू बी इन विस्लिंग बट दिस वे आई गेस बट मैं बताऊँगी तुम सबको कि ये गाना जब बना तुम्हें लगता होगा कि शायद 1 दिन में बना 4 दिन में बना ये लगे 1 महीने AI को हिंदी नहीं आती वो इंडियन डेटाबेस पे ट्रेन नहीं है जब तक यहाँ पे विस्लिंग वुड्स ने उन्हें ट्रेन किया है यू नो सो अब AI के पास इतना इन्फॉर्मेशन है कि वो इंडियंस को समझ सकता है हमारे इमोशंस को समझ सकता है हमारी भाषा को समझ सकता है अब जाकर तुम सब लकी हो कि हमने वो फेज़ क्रॉस कर लिया है अब और तुम आराम से जो सोचते हो जो चाहते हो वो सब कर सकते हो थ्रू AI सो गाने में अगर तुमने सुना होगा तो उसमें नुक्ता अगर समझते हो नुक्ता पता है उर्दू में हम फ के नीचे बिंदु लगाते हैं तो फ और फ में एक फ़र्क होता है यू नो सो वो चीज़ें AI को समझाना उसको ट्रेन करना जो सीसी ने पहले बोला था कि हम AI को क्या सिखाते हैं हम AI को अपना एसेंस देते हैं जब तुम प्रॉम्प्ट्स लिखते हो तुम बताते हो अपना फील कि तुम्हें क्या चाहिए तो AI समझता है अच्छा सीसी को ये चाहिए मंदार को ये पसंद है तो वो तुम्हारे सारे एसेंस पे ट्रेन होता है और वो फिर तुम्हारा बन जाता है एंड देन तुम जो चाहते हो वो सब करेगा जैसे कि हमने बात किया था कि वो AI सब कुछ करता है सो वर्क फ्लो की बात करूँ मैं अगर तो इट्स लाइक यू शुड हैव अ सॉन्ग फर्स्ट यू हैव टू नो लिरिक्स अंडरस्टैंडिंग होनी चाहिए कैसे उसका कॉम्पोजिशन होना चाहिए मिक्स मास्टर अगर तुम लोग सीख रहे हो नहीं सीखे हो तो देन यू नीड टू नो अबाउट इट देन ओनली यू कैन ट्रेन AI एंड देन यू कैन मेक वट एवर यू वॉन्ट सिटिंग एट योर होम with your laptop and an internet that's it so yeah this works like that and then for images like दो होली के अपने कृष्ण जी दिख रहे थे तो इसमें मेरा थॉट और मेरे को फाउंडर का थॉट ये था कि हमें हर तरह के कृष्ण भगवान सबके अपने अपने होते हैं यू नो सो हमने कोई कंसिस्टेंसी नहीं रखी है और जिस टाइम पे हमने बनाया था उस टाइम पे कंसिस्टेंसी कैरेक्टर्स की आती भी नहीं थी अब तो ऐसा है कि वी कैन मेक क्लोन्स of any personality, any character, even text में बहुत तकलीफ आती है वैसे जो हम images से वीडियो में हम शिफ्ट होते हैं तो अब ऐसा नहीं है अब आप जो भी ब्रांड के साथ काम कर रहे हो जैसे कि रघु कर रहे हैं ब्रांड्स के साथ तो इट्स मोर ईजी नाउ टू लाइक हैव द कंसिस्टेंसी ऑफ टेक्स्ट एज वेल इन द एड्स एंड रही बात लिपसिंग की तो लिपसिंग के लिए अभी मेरे पास तो सबसे लाइक प्रो इज़ लाइक मंदार बिकॉज अभी AI थोड़ा समझ रहा है कि उसको कैसे लिपसिंग करना है वो थोड़ा अभी बेवकूफ़ है क्योंकि उसको एक्सप्रेशंस नहीं आते अभी बहुत कम टूल्स ऐसे हैं जो हल्का फेशियल एक्सप्रेशंस देते हैं. अदरवाइज इफ यू गाइज गोना ट्राई, इट विल बी मोर ऑफ लाइक ये अलग ही भाग रहा है एंड ये फ्रोजन है, ठीक है. तो दैट विल लाइक उसके लिए यू शुड हैव अ सेशन विथ लाइक मंदार फॉर श्योर. या सो या एंड इन सब चीज़ें जब हम बना लेते हैं लाइक इमेजेस, वीडियो, ऑडियो सब रेडी है, देन यू हैव Adobe where you do the Premiere Pro and you do the final edits and you get the final output and then you earn money accordingly. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So, sorry, we really wanted to, well deserved. We wanted to stretch this out, but we started late and we have a hard out because, as you know, there is a high security next speaker. So they need to like sanitize the place. So thank you so much. They're all of them are on LinkedIn. You can find them on my Instagram. If you want questions, we'll be outside, right? So we are happy to chat with you right outside. Thank you so much. Over to you guys.
Thank you for such an engaging and insightful panel. It's exciting to see how innovation and storytelling continue to evolve hand in hand. Let's hear it once again for our panelists and our moderator, Mr. Chaitanya Chinchalika, sir. I would now request Mr. Chaitanya, sir, to give a token of appreciation to our panelists.
We would like to extend our gratitude to our AI partner Adobe, knowledge partner the British Council, outreach partner Career Beam, ticketing partner District, logistic partner Red Square, gifting partner IndieWall, performing arts partner Bank of Baroda, exhibition partner Tuli Research Center for Indian Studies, beverage partner Nevas, and supported by storage partner Lacey by Seagate. We are deeply thankful for their constant support in making this festival impactful and inspiring. We'll begin our next event in a short while. I request the students to settle down.